Good morning. All protocols observed. Welcome back to our second day of TTIGF. I'm Ajmal Nazir, Chairman of TTMAG, the convener of TTIGF. Before we get into today's agenda, I want to just quickly review the discussions of yesterday. But before we do that, I just want to quickly cover what is TTIGF, where it comes from, and what is its mission. TTIGF is the Trinidad and Tobago Internet Governance Forum. It is specifically focused on Trinidad and Tobago. We have a CIGF, which is the Caribbean Internet Governance Forum, and then there's the big international IGF forum, the IGF. All of these are annual events. The national IGFs, such as TTIGF, take place to focus on issues faced by the particular country. These are then fed into the regional IGFs that deal with the common regional issues, and finally it flows to the IGF, which take an overall view of the international issues. The IGF was formally introduced by the UN Secretary General in 2006. If my understanding, and our local IGF guru Tracy Hackshaw can correct me if I'm wrong, is that the IGF still continues to be funded by the UN, but it acts independently. It is not answerable to anyone. It's an open, all-inclusive forum for discussion for everyone. There's no level of importance or hierarchy given to anyone. Everyone is on an equal footing, no reserved seating for anyone. It's a multi-stakeholder group for policy dialogue on issues of internet governance. And we had an extensive discussion and shortfalls of multi-stakeholder model yesterday. So I hope that adds some context of where TTIGF fits in at the international level. At the end of this, we have to submit a report to the IGF. The other acronym you will be seeing and hearing is TTMAG. TTMAG is the Trinidad and Tobago Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group. And again, many countries have set up MAGs in varying formats. And I believe we in Trinidad have been recognized a few times for having one of the better governance structures for a MAG to bring all the different participants together. TTMAG consists of an extremely hardworking board of directors, of whom I have the current honor of being the chairman of. There are between 9 to 13 directors at any time, representing 6 different stakeholders. Initially, TTMAG was set up to advise TTNIC. TTNIC is the entity that manages the .tt domain, and TTMAG is the organization that sets out policies and guidelines for TTNIC to adopt and follow. We look at international best practices and then customize to our local needs. Based on these factors, we will craft a policy for TTNIC. We act as an independent body to give independent advice to TTNIC on how the .tt domain should be used. For example, we'll advise that the educational or charity domains should be given free. It is also a mandate of TTMAG to promote the .tt domain. And as part of my mandate, I encourage you to all go out and buy a .tt domain if you don't already have one. Over time, the functions of TTMAG have grown beyond just supporting TTNIC. We have a membership program that I believe is close to about 30 members now, and we are expanding on that. We hold a number of events during the year. Some are local and some are part of global initiatives. We are still a very young and evolving organization. So that in a nutshell will give the newbies an idea of who we are and some of the pieces to the bigger puzzle. One of the important things to take away from this or these type of events is relationships. Once you start to attend, you will start to see common faces and voices. These are your local, regional activists that are passionate about a cause. Reach out to them, become their friends, and like vampires, always looking for fresh blood to convert into new activists. We welcome new younger participants to take over from us and continue to carry the torch into the future. We're always looking for succession. So surf across to mag.tt, or you can email us at info@mag.tt. Now, enough of the advertising and let's get back to business. Yesterday was an action-packed day. We had some opening messages from Marcus Kumar, Chairman, Internet Governance Forum Support Association, Henriette Esther Hussein, Chair, United Nations Internet Governance Forum's Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, and our own Senator, the Honorable Alison West, Minister of Public Administration and Digital Transformation, Ministry of Public Administration and Digital Transformation. So if you missed yesterday's events, I'm sure we'll be posting it up on YouTube as it would have been recorded. We started with the topic on discussing the multi-stakeholder approach. Discussing the challenges and inefficiencies of these approaches, some participants expressed their frustration of the slow progress. A common complaint was it takes too long to get regulations passed, that by the time that the regulations get passed, they're already out of date. A discussion on who was responsible and if we at the ICT community should be more active and take more responsibility in pushing forward this space. The second panel was on cybersecurity and discussed the risks and the impact of COVID-19 in 2020. Some numbers were shared showing an increase in exposed machines in Trinidad and Tobago, namely with the public RDP activated, that's the remote desktop protocol. Some discussion on distributed attacking, DNX exposure, and some advice on how people can drastically limit their exposure by following some simple steps. CSIRT offered assistance to anyone that may need some guidance, participation. And so we look forward to this today. I know some of our directors were kept very busy keeping track of everyone on Zoom, YouTube, and other remote participants tuned in at some point across a number of channels. So without further ado, it is with great honor that I, Ajmal Nazir, the current chair of TTMAG, formally open up TTIGF Day 2. Thank you.
You need to unmute, Vijay.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. Okay. Good morning, everyone, and
Good morning.
welcome to the second day of the Trinidad and Tobago IGF 2021. And thank you to Ajmal for his recap of yesterday's event and a bit of explanation and reminder of what the TTMAG and TTIGF is all about and where things fit in. Um, this morning, my name is Vijay Sami, and I have the honor of being the moderator for the first session this morning, or first panel session this morning, uh, Tech and Education, and we'll be looking at revolutionizing education for a digital world. And following on from discussions yesterday, I think this is a very timely topic. And again, we have assembled a very experienced and very knowledgeable panel, which I am sure will lead to some very good and rigorous discussions and input from their presentations. Before I get to that, let me just set the stage uh, of the topic and why I think it's very timely in our discussions. We'll notice that there have been many changes to our life, the way we do business, um, from the time of the pandemic early in 2020, around March. And we saw some significant changes in the way things are happening in terms of the services and the way it has affected both public sector and private sector. We have seen this drive towards digitalization. It is, I would think, no longer a buzzword, but it is it's something that we have seen being put into action out of necessity because we understand the restrictions being imposed because of the uh, pandemic. But life has to go on, and we need to have businesses go on, and we need to have services go on. And we see that happening in the public sector, where we're seeing a lot more of the uh, government services trying to come online and be made available remotely. We've also seen organizations moving to work from home, remote working, and on the business side, we've seen organizations finally start to implement e-services and e-commerce as part of their offerings in order to maintain their service to their customers. And it's caused tremendous shifts in the way we do things too. On the education side, we've seen a lot of organizations have to quickly move their operations to online and get e-learning going. So it's somehow kind of given a jump start or kickstart to, I would say, a kind of mini gig economy in Trinidad and Tobago. And we're seeing some signs of it progressing. Uh, Companies are saying that they are looking at not returning to a full pre-pandemic stage, so they will continue with their kind of hybrid working situation. And on the business side, we're seeing a lot of change and commitment to going towards the e-commerce and e-services side of things. In fact, just yesterday in the news, there was a announcement by a major retailer in Trinidad and Tobago that they would be shuttering 2 additional stores. And the reason given was not just because of the pandemic, but they said they were closing good stores to create greater shopping experience. And they were going to look at collaborating with other retailers and marketing uh, uh, organizations in order to bring to the local market a e-service or e-shopping experience that would be far better than what existed before. So in that note, we should be looking at and asking ourselves, are we preparing people to be able to function in this? And I'm hoping it's a continuation and continue to grow, a growing gig economy or e-commerce economy or digitalized economy. And that is something we are here to discuss this morning with our panel of some experts, I would say. And I would just also want to mention, before I introduce the first speaker, following on a comment that came in from the first session yesterday, after the first session. And the comment was made that critical thinking and innovation needed to push TNT through to the digital transformation age. And I repeat the first one, critical thinking. Critical, it's needed for the innovation aspect, right? And this is something that we would be looking at as we ask the question about revolutionizing the education system in Trinidad and Tobago for a digital world. So with that being said, let me just introduce our first speaker this morning, who will surely set the tone for the discussion going forward. And she's no stranger to any of us here, or to many of us in the ICT or the education sector. She is Ms. Jacqueline Morris. And Jacqueline is an experienced tertiary educator, researcher, educational technologist, and instructional designer, whose focus is on the intersection of the internet and learning. She currently is the e-learning manager at the Judiciary of Trinidad and Tobago. During her many years of service as a teacher educator at the University of Trinidad and Tobago, she taught students in the fields of education, technology, and instructional design at the Center for Education Programs. She has also lectured at the University of Trinidad and Tobago in process engineering, at the UE in management information systems and technology and tourism. Her current research interests focus on online learning strategies, processes, and the psychology of online teaching and learning. She can also get her hands dirty with regard to creating online content, having also worked for multimedia productions and live video projection firms. She is also a certified Moodle educator and a certified Microsoft Innovative Educator. In 2003, she was appointed by the Secretary General of the United Nations to a global panel of experts on internet governance. Since then, she has been active in the fields of internet governance and ICT policy and has held several positions in international policy organizations such as ICANN. She is currently the policy chair for the nonprofit constituency at ICANN and the vice chair of the local chapter of the Internet Society. She was also recently voted in as director of the TTIGF and currently sits as a director on the board of the National ICT Company of Trinidad and Tobago, also known as IGA-TT. So without much further ado, I will hand over to Jacqueline to take us through our presentation this morning.
Hi, good morning, everyone in this area, and for those of our friends from around the world, good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever you are. I'm going to be a little bit longer than 5 minutes, but I hope you'll bear with me, because one of the most fundamental parts of building a society is how we educate our people and our citizens. And this panel talks about a revolution in education, and that is a conversation that I think is long overdue. I was trained first as an engineer, so I think process, I think design. And the first thing that I look at when I look at a system like the system of education that we have is how it was designed. Why was it designed? What was it designed for? What was it designed to produce? Who designed it? What were the assumptions that were made? What was the environment in which it was developed? And when I'm looking at the system and whether it is fit for purpose now, we need to go back and look at the history. It helps us understand why certain decisions were made. And then we investigate the assumptions that were underlying those decisions. And we can see if those assumptions still stand today, or if we need to make changes in the light of our current environment. And then we can determine what parts, if any, are fit for purpose now and what needs to be changed and how we need to change them. So I'm going to go into a little bit of history, something like 1,000 years of history in 2 minutes. The education system that is the foundation of the one that we have now started around 1100 in Europe. And that was the religious education system. The primary purpose was training clergy. Free education was mandated in about 1179. All of this at the time was the Roman Catholic Church, because there was no other in the Western world. Education there was mainly for two things. In Latin, for the clergy, because everything was in Latin. There was no work in the vernacular. And training singers for the cathedral choirs. Those were the main jobs. And it went through, we had the building of the apprentice system and so on, but really nothing much changed until the 1800s. And that is when we had the Industrial Revolution had come through, and that was when people said, you know what, we've got to start instituting mandatory education for all. And why? A quote from one of the researchers who's been dealing with this said that the goals were to produce more soldiers and more obedient citizens. Parents were required to send their children to school, and the minimum standard was set as schooling from 5 years old to 11. At 11, they were given a certificate for attaining the educational standard, and then they went off to work. And that kind of held for the next 60 or 70 years. And then, but the system grew. So there were church schools and some public schools that were built, that were organized by, say, towns and villages and so forth. In England in 1944, the Butler Act codified the split between primary and secondary education at age 11. It also managed to bring the church schools fully into partnership with the state. And they did this in two ways. They had controlled schools. These were schools that were church schools that agreed to be funded totally by the state and to set themselves under the local education authority. And that's a governmental educational authority. And then we had aided schools, which kept more control over their curriculum, their staffing, the students that they accepted and so forth. And they had some of their costs paid by the state, but not all. That sounds a little familiar. And I'll kind of stop there because right after that came that's a system that we had, and then we became independent and we continued having that system. Since then, we've tweaked it. We raised the age for school leaving to 14 and then to 16. We went with a school leaving certificate, that certificate of educational standard that came out in the 1800s. We changed it from SEA, we went from 11 plus to common entrance to SEA. Other tweaks, we've decided to localize our curriculum. So we stopped using Oxford and Cambridge as our examination boards, and we have our own CXC. We've included vernacular in our schools, and we have implemented every technology that has come along into the education system. But the system that we have now, today, in 2021, is effectively the system that was created in the 1600s. But a lot of things have changed. For example, we don't have jobs for life anymore. We don't need obedient citizens. And so when we look at the system itself, when I look at all the push to put technology into the school that hasn't really changed much in the outcomes of the system of learning that we have. It seems to me that it's a donkey cart, and we're blinging it out, we're adding all sorts of technology onto the cart, but it's still a donkey cart, and it's not really going to be fit for purpose to drive us down the highway. And that is what I think that dealing with technology in education without looking at the foundations of the education system will bring us to. And now I want to look at some of the assumptions that underlie the system, the assumptions that came from the history. The agrarian calendar. For most of the period of time that this education system was developed, it was a rural system. So it was an agrarian calendar. Children, as everyone, they needed to get the harvest in quickly. The harvest came from June to September. I'll just leave that right there. Industrial child labor. Children were allowed to go to work at 11. So the end of compulsory education was set at 11. That secondary school was optional for those who could afford and who didn't have to go to work. So where we are, primary school ends at 11, secondary school starts after that, even though we now have mandatory secondary school. Subject-based teaching. Schools started with just teaching Latin. It expanded with the printing press and the Reformation, which allowed the Bible to be read in English or in the vernacular, wherever you were. English focused sometimes. And other subjects were added as they became formalized. When chemistry became an area of study, it was added. So these things were just slapped on with no consideration for integrating them. The goals of education were to produce workers for industry, civil service, soldiers and obedient citizens, clergy. And our government-assisted schools, we have the Concordat, and that is pretty much based on the Butler Act of 1944. When we look at what we supposedly want for our nation, if we look at Vision 2030, the plan that is informing the government moves right now, the vision of education says, quote, an education system that encourages entrepreneurship and innovation and prepares learners to take advantage of opportunities in a rapidly changing global environment. It also says that it is integral that research and development as well as innovation be promoted and institutionalized as part of the pedagogy across the education system, pre-primary, primary, secondary, and tertiary. And the long-term goal, 2030, which is not quite so long-term anymore, being in 2021, that's 9 years from now, our population will be diversely educated, innovative, and entrepreneurial. So we need to start thinking, what would an education system that is fit for these purposes look like? We can't just think of the strategies and the content and the technology and so on. We need to think about, what does the system look like from the ground up? The important terms that I like people to remember about what we would need in our education system: research, innovation, accessible education for all, diversity, entrepreneurship in a system of rapid change. And this is a place we need to start in order to revolutionize education and not continue down the road of blinging out the donkey cart and saying, yes, we will function like a BMW, because that's just not going to happen. Not without proper bottom roots up change, revolutionizing it, in other words. Thanks.
Unmute Vijay.
Yeah, thank you, Jacqueline, and for setting the stage for us. The issue of revolutionizing the education system for the digital world that we are living in. It's a very complex issue, and it is not simply, as you said, just simply a matter of throwing technology at it. What we have seen happening since the pandemic, we've seen schools and education institutions shifting to an online format. And that really is not revolutionizing so much the system, because at the end of the day, we have to look at what the education system produces. So it's the end result that we have to look at. And as you quite rightly said, right, we are still creating the same type of individuals from a system that has been in place for decades, and it may not be suited going forward in a environment where you need to have this type of ability to adapt quickly, update, change your skill sets, and also, as you said, to be able to be innovative in your thinking and in your actions. So I think that's a very good introduction to the discussion, and it lends a very good segue in for the next panelist. And he is also someone who has a significant amount of experience and in the education field and in the technology field. So let me introduce our next panelist, and he is Pandit Shiva Maharaj, and I think many of us may also be familiar with him. He is a graduate. He graduated as part of the first cohort with a Master of Arts in Leadership in Technical Vocational Education and Training and Workforce Development from the University of the West Indies, after attaining a Bachelor's of Education degree from the University of Trinidad and Tobago. He has accumulated numerous international industry-based qualifications and certifications in telecommunications, information technology, computer studies, digital citizenship education, and end-user cybersecurity from global entities. Over 2 decades, his experience in educational technology was highlighted in a 2-page article published in the Ministry of Education, EduCare magazine, volume 1.2. He was recognized for his innovative and pioneering achievements in the deployment of educational technology solutions in primary and secondary schools throughout Trinidad and Tobago. Additionally, in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, he has recently commissioned his own branded device called the Digital Guru Class Tab PC, which is an optimized, out-of-the-box, complete online education solution system for students, especially those living in rural areas. At the tertiary level, he imparts his knowledge to other educators as an instructor for the Internet Technology Development course in the Masters in Educational Technology program at the University of Trinidad and Tobago. Pandit Maharaj advocates on the website digitalguru.tip for mobile literacy, digital citizenship, and end-user cybersecurity competencies through his association with industry leaders in those respective fields. Outside of Trinidad and Tobago, Pandit Maharaj and his company ICT Experts Limited is known for heading the Trinidad and Tobago Safer Internet Day Committee and champions for National Cyber Security Awareness Month and Data Privacy Day, which was, I think we observed that yesterday. He has presented papers and presentations at a number of international conferences hosted by universities, government, and other prestigious institutes on topics such as human capital, the weakest link in cybersecurity, the digital future of Ramila, the use of technology to develop Mandaras in Trinidad and Tobago, and the silent disco classroom. I think something you may want to look for and take a read. Sounds very interesting. So I would like to now hand over to Pandit Maharaj and take us further on in our discussions on this topic.
Good morning, Vijay, and to everyone who are part of our forum this morning as we discuss education and technology. In my discussions with Vijay yesterday, we highlighted the fact that we actually met many, many years ago when I did one of my projects at a school with innovations of technology in education. So to begin my bits for the discussion this morning of technology and education. I would not go as far back as 1,000 years as Miss Morris, but I would like to go back at least 100 years as we look at how the revolution took place. And I go back to 1915, where the University of Chicago Press published a book by educational reformer and by one known as John Dewey, and anyone in education will know that name. In his book, School and Society. And John Dewey, who was that 20th century educational reformer, he criticized schools for simply teaching lessons. And that's one thing that to note, right? He criticized 100 years ago schools for simply teaching lessons, quote unquote. And he advocated methods of teaching and learning must be adapted to the changing societal situation that is applicable to life and the real world. Quote John Dewey, 1915. So that's 100 years ago where we had educational reformers thinking in that way. And I am glad that Miss Morris brought up, the revolutions and the industrial revolutions, because if we look at society today, we are presently in what is known as the fourth industrial revolution. And what the fourth industrial revolution enabled, it was enabled by technologies that are based on computing and the internet. And so we had the Internet of Things, and we had all these grand ideas of the inclusion of technologies and internet technologies in schools during this period. And signs of the signs of the fifth industrial revolution is actually upon us with COVID-19 pandemic. So technology must first be defined, and so we must understand that the application of scientific knowledge for practical purpose is a definition of technology. And technology has always been in the classroom, and we can't. Some people, when we talk technology, we think only digital technologies, but technology has always been a part the um, of the landscape of the education system. And so we can, if we go back in time, we can see from that of the feather pen where we had to dip in ink was something that was used and that was a technology. And we had blackboards, whiteboards. Now we have interactive boards, right? And now we even have with the online platforms, we have things like Jamboard, which are interactive online boards. So the evolution and the revolution continues to happen. We had, back in the day, stone tablets. Then we had the slates that we used in our school system. Then we had even tablet chairs in 1960 was included into schools. That was part of the education system technologies used in educational technology. And of course, today we have the electronic tablets. So COVID-19, the United Nations made a reference to, and to quote, they said, COVID-19 pandemic has created the largest disruption of education system in history, affecting nearly 1.6 billion learners and more in 190 countries. Right? And so that's a quote from the United Nations. And what is interesting, the World Economic Forum published a research-based report that suggested that online learning facilitates increased retention and information in less time, and therefore COVID-19 may have changed education forever and will remain an integrated part of the educational landscape. And that's from the World Economic Forum. And all these are very recent quotes for 2020. All right. However, that drastic necessary jump onto online education has exposed many gaps in 21st century competencies, and this is where my focus has been, and I've been actually going to focus my PhD research in that area of competencies, because if we are going to look at, and as Ms. Morris rightfully said too, we have to look at what we want in society. 100 years ago, John Dewey said, education system must match that of what society requires. And if we are looking at digitalization, therefore, the competencies for a digital citizen should also be included in the education system. And so this is where my focus is on that, and we'll continue to discuss as we go along. So I'm specifically now looking at what are the competencies that are needed for a digital citizen. And we have to ask the question, where do we start teaching these competencies? And what are those competencies that we would like to have? And I think that could be enough for us to carry on with our discussion this morning. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Maharaj, for your opening presentation and remarks. I think that was a very good introduction into leading on from Ms. Morris. And as you rightly mentioned, technology has always been around, it has always been involved in education. So, but the pandemic has just thrown light onto the need to adapt and to change the way in which education is being provided. What the pandemic has also done is highlighted, even put in even more, put the spotlight on the inequalities for students. When you bring students to a school, you can sort of level the playing field, but when you have them outside, that's when you start to see the differences and challenges that every student faces. And we've also always said that technology can be not just an enabler, but it can be a leveler. It can provide, and it should provide. And I think it's one of the things that the global IGF looks at, is to look at things like technologies, particularly internet, as more a resource that is human right, rather than something that is only for those who can afford it, and I would say lucky enough to have it. So I like your discussion so far. It really put the light on the issue at hand, which is not necessarily, as you said, we have to bring in computers, we have to bring in devices, we have to bring in these things, we have to move it online. I think that's more of a facilitation, but it's facilitating a current way of educating. And if you look at exactly what you said, that the online system seems to have a greater impact in terms of getting material to students and allowing them to digest it, better, and to recall it, or even to make use of it. And I see that. When I look at even my son, who is, has to switch to the online platform, and he has actually preferred the online way of doing things. And that brings to us, as you said, you have to prepare students to be able to work in a different manner. And our next speaker is going to highlight some of these challenges and some of the things that he has noticed also, being an educator, right? And we spoke about it, this switch from having a synchronous to an asynchronous delivery method. And tying back to what Ms. Morris was leading on to it, we have to look at a system that is more creates a more engaging environment for students, allows them to develop their ability to become critical thinkers in the end result. Because that is, I think, one of the things we're trying to produce more of. And we've seen that in the changes that were being introduced in the C examination, where they were trying to go from, as you said, learn by rote, right, and regurgitate, right, to being able to think critically and to come up with your own ideas and to come up with your own solutions. Right. So let's move on, and we're going to get some further insight into this from our next panelist, Dev Gosain. And similar to many of us here, he is a TTIGF director and civil society representative from the Rotary Club. Dev holds a BSc in pure physics and applied physics from the University of the West Indies. He has held the following offices in Rotary: president for 2 terms, assistant governor, and district secretary of Rotary District 7030. He is part of the district training team and team with the responsibility for training Rotary presidents and assistant governors for their terms in office. He is very involved in amateur radio and all modes of digital communication. Very active in the orbital satellite carrying amateur radio, also known as OSCAR, and has built satellite tracking systems to track the polar orbiting satellites, including the space shuttles, and CAT systems to correct transceivers, receiving and transmitting frequencies for Doppler shift. In the course of these activities, he has had several historic voice contacts with astronauts on board several space shuttle missions, along with his students from Naparima College. He is also engaged in low power, and when you say low power, it's less than 10 watts, point-to-point high frequency worldwide digital communication, coupled with remote station operation. Currently, he serves as secretary of Trinidad and Tobago Amateur Radio Society and is the vice principal of Naparima College, San Fernando. So I hand it over to Dev to take us through the next session.
Good morning. Good morning, Vijay, and all our viewers and listeners. Welcome to IGF, our 5th IGF of the Trinidad and Tobago Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group. It's interesting, and I'm so glad that the two speakers, which I don't know if you're psychic or what, but I'm so glad that both Jacqueline and Pandit Shiva laid the foundation for what we're about to look at. And that's really excellent. I'm glad that they did, and they really give the perspective. I think they looked at why it is we need to be doing what we're doing in this topic on technology and education, revolutionizing education for a digital world. Now, first thing I want to point out that, and this topic actually starts off very similar to day one, because this digital transformation, this revolution in education, is another case for multi-stakeholderism. And I should mention that we should not adopt a blame game policy. We can't blame somebody if it's not working right. Educators need to take ownership and be the change they would want to realize in this whole transformation process. And what I would like to look at, after we've delved into the history and the why, is what are some of the elements, and it's not an exhaustive list, it's things that we need to consider. Something like change management of the stakeholders. And like I said, it's a multi-stakeholder approach to this revolutionization of the digital education. It's the first thing we want to look at is change management, like I said, of all the stakeholders, and more so the educators, because we have to be part of this change management process. And any change management process, we have to manage our emotions, and which would include, we start off at the start on May 13th, when we realize that these things are happening. We start off with things like, denial and anger. We wanted to negotiate whether we should do asynchronous or synchronous classes. And then when we realized we had to do certain things, we move into a state of depression. And then eventually by September, we realized that we need to revise our plans. Some of us decide to desert the whole thing, abandon ship, but most of us stuck around and accepted our new roles. We also need to look at things like infrastructure development for both staff and students. devices, availability of devices, what do we use, connectivity issues, do we have the appropriate bandwidth, is it available? Sometimes even as educators, we see students dropping off of our classes. And it's a simple case of, for example, where they are located in the home in relation to their routers and so on. Also, we need to look at setting up proper learning management systems, whether it is owned by the teacher or by the institution and that sort of stuff. We need to look at professional development for the staff. So it's a whole approach in terms of how we go about managing or implementing this revolution in digital education. Again, virtual environment will include things like connectivity, our learning management systems, what we use, assessments. There was a school that I interacted with, and the principal was saying that, everybody in the school had gotten A's last term, okay? So these are some of the things that we need to manage in our institutions, probably in instituting things like authentic assessments, And of course, even from an administrative point of view, we need to evaluate and we need to set up metrics within the institution where we'd be able to monitor and measure things. And are we doing things right? Are we being effective? So I guess I gave Jacqueline some of our stuff because I was looking at the clock and I decided not to give the full length of my opening salvo so that we could get on and engage discussion there. So what I want to say is that after we do all of this and we evaluate, we need to go back to the start and go through the process because it's a continuous cycle. It's not going to happen in one round. It's going to be a continuous cycle of evolution. Back to you, Vijay.
He's muted.
Thank you, Dev. Very, very nice contribution to the discussion at hand. We raised a lot of points there in terms of the effect of trying to change the education system. And what you're mentioning in there is the introduction, I mean, we've been speaking about it. The introduction of technology is a disruptor. And it does feel, it can, because as you said, it changes how the teachers have to approach education. It requires them to reskill, basically. And that can be uncomfortable. It requires a lot of time and effort. At the same time, as you said, you have to deliver, right? Yes, you mentioned that, teacher gave class all A's, right? Because again, teachers have to be evaluated and they have to show that they're performing. So we are uncovering as we go along a lot of factors that have to be discussed and need to be considered when we are looking at this whole issue of revolutionizing education. And I think it's more, and even though the topic is for digital world, right? I think revolutionizing education on a whole, just for it to be more effective and to be more in line with what is happening in the world today, that alone is just a big step for us to take, a big step for the sector to take. So you mentioned that it was transformational, and Pandit Maharaj gave us some stats from the United Nations and indicated that the pandemic was one of the most influential events that has caused a major shift in education. But I think it's more, it's been a shift in how education is being delivered. Many countries are still struggling with trying to have their education systems operate under the restrictions of a pandemic. But it's still, it hasn't addressed, and some cases, it hasn't addressed the actual change in the fundamental way education is being, what education is doing, or the end result, what is being produced, right? So as Jacqueline said, that is the key thing, because as the environment changes, as the world changes, our economies change, the individuals that we produce have to be able to take advantage of it, have to be able to become productive and to contribute to their economies and to the world at large. And that requires a whole different mindset. So I think it's a good topic to now getting to, and this is transformational, right? And our next speaker, Mr. Felipe Noguera, he is an expert in this area. So I'm thankful that we have him on the panel. So let me just give you his introduction. Felipe Noguera, he's an accomplished multilingual executive with extensive international experience in media, corporate communications, telecommunications, education, business administration, human rights advocacy, community organization, and international trade. Felipe successfully managed large Caribbean private telecom companies and trade associations, and was a central figure and lead negotiator in multiple international trade negotiations and symposia for the World Trade Organization, the European Union, Commonwealth Heads of Government, and Summit of the Americas. Felipe has extensive experience as a communication specialist, television news anchor, documentary producer, and radio host, maximizing the transformational impact of technology by researching and implementing best practices for attracting, developing, and retaining great talent to sustain implementation. He is an effective team leader and player and current director of the Virtual Educare Academy. So we'd like to welcome Felipe to take us on to the next section of our, and he's driving, so I hope we have a good connection.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here to address such a, I would say, an existential topic with respect to our people, to humanity, and to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and the Caribbean. I appreciate all of the speakers who addressed this topic before me, in particular the historical context provided by Sister Jacqueline Morris, with whom I've collaborated over the years, and for whom I hold tremendous respect. I think the first thing I'd like to ask is how we define revolutionary in terms of education, especially in the current context. We've looked at historically, 1,000 years ago, 100 years ago, pre and post-colonial, but in the current COVID-19 pandemic, how are we defining revolutionary? And Mr. Chairman, you mentioned how we deliver education. That is one aspect, the form, the means of communication to deliver curriculum. But the other, and vitally important, is the content itself of the curriculum. But let me ask a few questions so we can have ample time for discussion. Although digitization is a new norm globally, relatively new, and I'll just say that in 2006, I was the Chief Communications Officer for Miami Public Schools, which controls WLRN radio. The Federal Communications Commission wanted us to digitize, and it was going to cost $10 million to do so. The mayor and even school board members thought that this was an exorbitant cost that they couldn't afford. And they were prepared to give it to the mayor and others. And I said, are you crazy? I told the superintendent that he had an invisible resource of tremendous value. And it took me 9 months. I had to hire a Jewish lawyer to tell people things that I couldn't say, that they wouldn't listen to me saying. And this is part of form of delivery of message and content. And we finally convinced at a meeting of the school board where they cut $200 million in learning, they passed the $10 million budget to digitize. The very next month, Mr. Chairman, we were able to lease bandwidth to Clearwire to do WiMAX at $300 million through digital compression. So how you use your delivery is very important. And the fact that, however, there have been vested interests in Trinidad and Tobago that have wanted to delay digitization for the very cost of it, whether it's CNMG or other institutions which have that responsibility. It is an exorbitant cost, and there are lobbies that have been entrenched against it. Now, while this has delayed our competitiveness economically, it has also given us an opportunity to do what we're doing now, which is to reflect and think critically. As one of the speakers said, critical thinking is vital if we are going to decide which way we're going to go forward. And I want to say that because I've just returned from the United States, where I was teaching in a classroom. I've taught at the university level. I was teaching Cuban students to speak English. There is an Ethereum board, or whatever they call it, Prometheus board, that's what it was, and a big electronic eye in the classroom that monitors everything that goes on. And you are supposed to teach to the packets and the curriculum that they offer. But what happens when there's no bandwidth? What happens when the internet goes down? Teachers are not learning how to teach without the aid of artificial intelligence. And this is a dangerous trend that we need to avoid when we plan the implementation of digitization of our education. After I left the high school, and I could tell you a funny story about the Cubans, but that's another one, who, by the way, have done a very interesting job in revolutionizing education in response to the conditions of economic embargo and sanction. However, that takes me a bit off topic. The question is how this opportunity to reflect on the implications of digitization, including digital IDs, vaccines, and it gives us an opportunity to revive the popular democratic institution that once was very prominent in Trinidad and Tobago of national consultations, town hall meetings that will enable us to shift the paradigm of economic determinism and allow people's critical thinking to make decisions for how we move forward in a digital world. My next question is, how do the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, and singularity, which is where you have computers not reporting to people, but informing people what to do, impact upon learning? And I've seen a number of comments in the chat room, because learning is critical. The sage on the stage, the teachers. The second thing that I did when I was when I left the classroom, I went to California to do a review for the government of California of how learning is taking place and how equity can occur, because you have in a place called Oxnard, maybe about less than an hour from Los Angeles, you have students, the majority of whom are Central American, Mexican, Native American, suffering. Their results are not optimal, and that's another issue. How do we measure effectiveness of teaching and learning? Is it just through tests? So that means that teachers end up just teaching for and to the test rather than teaching holistically, so that students can be encouraged to be creative, innovative, entrepreneurial, and think critically. We have not had that era yet, Jackie, I don't think, in history, where we have encouraged entrepreneurship education. We've encouraged industrial education, but the information age hasn't produced that pedagogy, in my opinion, yet. So on learning and cultivation of human values, organic human intelligence, conducing to revolutionary education in a digital world. And my final question is how to apply technology to cultivate virtue, human values, and the mark of an educated person in a digital world. And I'll close by saying, so since the COVID broke out, I was unemployed, and suddenly my children started saying, listen, our kids need help, they need education, can you teach them? And I began something called, you can go on www.virtualeducareacademy.com. And we started, and we have students in New York, New Jersey, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Trinidad and Tobago, Ireland, and even New Zealand. And the amazing thing about this is we're teaching children ages 1 to 15 and they are amazingly in one class. So we start with silent sitting. We think about something like work is worship and duty is God. What does that mean? Or you know, hands that help are holier than lips that pray. And then we'll sing a song, start the day with love. We'll integrate that with Qigong or yoga, which then breaks the monotony, because remember, these kids have been online all day in class. Who explain to a 15-year-old the word of the phrase, hands that help are holier than lips that pray. Then we go into student presentations. Now, so far for the last 6 months, we were doing student presentations on prominent individuals who are worthy of emulation and study. And I could name so many of them, but you're educated, you know the types of people I'm talking about, exemplars. Now we're working on two very interesting projects. One is global warming. So they're looking at, and I have them working in teams in different locations, family members and strangers working together. And they're looking at things like, why is it getting colder and there's more snow when it's supposed, and when the polar ice caps are melting? What are the effects of light pollution and what can be done about it? And with each, how do coastal communities and islands are affected by rising sea levels?
Yes,
and okay, I'm going to stop. But you get the idea. That the idea is integrating and getting students to lead the learning process using the technology as a tool rather than as a determinant. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Felipe. And I like that you have been speaking a lot about changing the way in which students approach education and what you're trying to get out of them, not critical thinking, because that seems to be a common thread across the discussions coming across this morning. In fact, looking at there was a article in the Washington Post recently, and they were looking at, again, post COVID, what does education mean for children, given the significant amount of transformation happening in the world because of COVID. And they indicate, they were saying that education should prepare young people for life, work, and citizenship. And I know Pandit Maharaj has very strong views and a lot of to say about the preparation of a person to be a part of a digital society, what we may want to call a netizen, right? And they go on to say that knowledge is of natural engineered environments and how people live in the world is critical to all three purposes of education: critical thinking, creativity, interpersonal skills, and a sense of social responsibility all influence success in life, work, and citizenship. So it is not just about education. I'd say education is not just about the traditional way of thinking of, you go to school, you study, you get a degree, and the purpose of the degree is to get a job, and the purpose of a job is to earn so that you could buy a house, a car, and have children, and so on, right? It's more than that. You have to, purpose of education is to develop individuals so that they can contribute to society. So I would, if we are looking at creating that type of individual who is going to contribute to a even more digitalized society, a digitalizing society, what do we need to do, and what should we be looking at in the context of our education system? I'll just throw that out to the panel if anyone wants to comment on this.
Yeah, so I can take it, Vijay.
Okay.
Just as we spoke on the competencies, and I use the word competencies and not skills because it's very important for us to understand that if we're looking at a digital competent or competent digital citizens, we have to be looking at certain things make someone competent, and that's knowledge, skills, and attitude. So what we see in our society is that we have young students, and I know a lot of the chat is speaking about the teachers and so on, and you know, yes, the educators have been thrown into this as well, and many of them are not competent in delivering or using technology. So if we look at if you tell someone, many people, and I see this from kids to adults, you tell them go to the address bar in your browser. They watch you like, what is the address bar? And you know, for us that may seem silly, but it is a reality. And that's where the knowledge comes in, where they have to have the knowledge as to what the technical jargon and terms are, right? Then you have the skills which most children have. They could swipe and so on, right? Because they're using these touch technologies with the tablets and so on and phones, but put them in front of a laptop or a keyboard. Keyboarding skills are not there. Mousing skills are not there. And the thing is, we are looking as to go towards even digital evaluation and assessment for fully, and the children don't even have these skills. And then lastly, of course, my main focus is the attitude. And I like the last presentation and speaking about, you know, doing things in the morals and values and the ethics and those aspects of it. Those things come in with the digital citizenship and the digital literacy that is needed. And the question that I posed when I began is, where do we start? And the thing is that most of these curriculums that already exist, they start from a very young age, and preschool, right? Because this is where you need to have these ideas on the moral and ethics and skills being developed for the ideal digital citizen. So this is where my area of focus is, and this is my contribution for that question. And I leave it open now for the other panelists as well.
Right. Thank you, Pandit Maharaj. Again, would they hear from the other panelists?
Vijay, could you just repeat that question?
Okay, so I was asking exactly if we are looking at developing individuals who can contribute to the changing economy and to be part of this world, right? What do we need to be looking at in terms of transforming our education system?
And that is not a simple answer, because you need to go back to exactly what I was saying. What is fit for purpose? Do we know what we need? We have not discussed what does that new citizen look like. We can say, oh yeah, we can do this, we can do that, but all of that is still bringing out the donkey cart. We need to say, what does this person look like? And then we say, how do they function? In what environment do they function? And then we break it down to what do we need? What do they need to know? How do they need to function? What kinds of interactions will they need to do? And then we can say, right, we've got to teach. We've got to have students who come out with true collaborative work. We need students who have empathy. We need students who are curious. And then we say, okay, so how can we teach these things? How can we create a system in which students learn these things? How can we make sure that instead of learning it on a superficial level, that they truly come out embodying these things? And one of the things that Felipe was talking about that I think is really important is collaboration. We have a system that is very individualistic. People learn individual. You start talking to a classmate when you have something to do, and the teacher is like, no, you have to do the work by yourself. And you're like, but when you think about it, nobody actually in this world does anything by themselves. Innovation has never occurred by anybody sitting down by themselves in isolation and coming up with anything useful, new, novel, and so on. Everybody works in teams. You bounce ideas off of each other. Collaboration gives us, how would you call it? A spiral to better. And a lot of what a lot of the ways that the conversation works is, okay, let's do this and we do we slap something on. And we can't do that until we start looking deeper. We can't simply say, right, so we're going to take these students and we're going to slap them in groups and they're going to work on group projects, because they don't know how to work on group projects. We need to start them understanding that, one, from very young, respect for other people, respect for differences and diversity. The number of students that I had in UTT, and we slap them into a group and say, do a group project, and the amount of people who hit us with, oh, I don't want to be in that group because that person's stupid and they will bring down my GPA. If we evaluate people individually and we do not give marks, for example, for working in teams, then they won't bother with it. So the assessment has to change. The way we introduce things has to change. And we need to start really early. We need to start building those skills. How these people are going to, how these people are going to come up being able to work in a certain way. We've got to start that in pre-primary. We've got to see, actually children do that in pre-primary. They work together, they play together, they find something and they work with another one and they build a tower together and so on. And that's fine. And then we get into primary school and everybody's got their own separate mark and they fight for first in class and so on. And if they don't get high enough in class, if they don't come first or second or third in class, their parent might punish them, beat them, whatever. And we form that competitiveness instead of the collaboration that we need. And collaboration and respect is one of the things that we need to have a society, because if people are all individualistic, then we don't care about each other, and then we don't have a society. So I don't think that we can just flap anything on. Go ahead, Felipe.
Okay, but I would just want to, when we get them to work on projects, we teach them to work on projects. Obviously, they don't know anything about project management or organization, but what, for instance, the girls who are looking at this, why is it getting colder in spite of global warming? They came initially with some superficial stuff, and the other children said, go back and do more research, because obviously that is not the answer. Start looking at the Gulf Stream, start looking at how so in other words, the collaboration takes place among the learners and the teachers who are also learners. So I'm learning. I never knew about light pollution before they suggested it. The question of the teacher, though, is as a facilitator of organization of learning. But then there's the question of collaboration. And the only thing I disagree with what you said, Jacqueline, is that while I'm a proponent of cooperation and collaboration and learning, a certain level of competitiveness in the process is also healthy, so that they can strive for excellence, not cutthroat competitiveness, but competitiveness to help each other to excel. When it starts to get a little bit too negative, well, you intervene and say, come on, let's be supportive of one another. But they naturally come forward with things that help them to push. I think what we should be doing is trying to document and share these experiences with each other, and then take them, for example, to the CXC, which still doesn't teach properly African and Caribbean history, which is vital to helping to understand what this region is and who we are, regardless of where our ancestors came from, because so much of the colonial education that is not just the form of education, but even the content of education persists.
I want to be the devil's advocate here and say, look at an approach or a view that, following on Jacqueline, a lot of the training and all these skills, and I would say human characteristics that you acquire happens when you're at the young age, at the primary school level. And there's the thinking that this is what preparing persons, individuals to enter this digitalized economy or digitalized world, increasing digitalized world, It's a matter of introducing technology earlier on. For example, teaching coding and primary school level, the skills that Pandit Maharaj spoke about, so that they are comfortable with the technology, and it becomes, as nowadays, comfortable as writing with pen on paper, and so on. And that it just be a more technology-focused curricula, right? And that is what lead us to having the individuals that will then be able to work in this digital economy. Anyone wants to take? I'm just, as I say, I'm just being a devil advocate. That seems to be, and I'm taking it from the context that when we talk about revolutionizing education, it's always about put technology in, give the students laptops, give them tablets.
Okay, Vijay, one thing that came up yesterday was when we do regulations, they are out of date in 5 years. And it's going to be the same thing with traditional technology education, as opposed to technology in education. This is education in technology. Things change. It makes absolutely no sense to teach someone. I mean, I did training many, many years ago, corporate training, and I'm back doing it again. One of the things that you find is that a lot of the times you teach someone how to use this program or this tool. And then 2 versions down, they don't know how, they come back for training. So they learned, say, Word 2016. When Word 2020 comes out, they're back to learn it because they didn't learn, they learned how to use the tool. And a lot of what happens when we teach children technology is that we teach them a programming language. We don't teach them the concepts of coding and the fact that you can learn any language. We teach students, click here, click there, use this, etc. But we don't teach them what a word processor is and how it works in general. If you know how these things work in general, then you can easily learn and teach yourself quickly how to use the new version. But we need to have technology education that is not about specific technologies, because then you'll have people, inertia is a huge thing. You'll have people continue to use the tools that they know in the way that they know how to use them. When they get a new tool, they will continue to use the new tool in the way that they learned how to use the old tool. And they won't look for new ways, new things. The tool can do new things. Ooh, I can use this to do something else again. And that's the problem. We need to take away the specificity of technology, both in developing regulations, which is what the EU started doing, and start thinking about the values and the ideas that we want promulgated and not the specifics of technology. You don't want to get caught up in whether it's AI, whether it's this or whether it's that, but more, how do we use technology? What does technology do for us? And how is it easy for us to continually learn as things change so very quickly?
If you don't mind, Vijay, I'll take off from here because Jacqueline raised some very interesting points, and I'll give you a little experience. I try to stay away from the experience thing, but nevertheless, I'll give some. My Rotary Club, for example, was requested to provide some devices and so on. I'll do a little fast forward on this. And being an educator and involved in this, what we decide to do instead is, and Jacqueline is correct, what we decide to do instead is, rather than give devices, we decided to do professional development for the staff. And we did about 10 schools so far, from about October to now. And what we have found is that while we know that certain stuff is out there, like for example, Google Classroom, whatever teachers use, they have no idea. They need somebody to introduce them to it, to give them that aha moment. Oh, this is what it's used for. Things like formative assessments, or even summative assessments, self-market assessments. So we need to, getting back to what we need to do is to look at teachers and try to get them to feel comfortable with the solutions that they are going to use. And once they feel comfortable with these solutions, it will be down to the benefit of the students. That's the first point. The other thing is that, when you ask the question, what must we do, to improve the student, to prepare the student for this digital learning, we should ask ourselves, what do we do when we meet a situation that we were not trained for? We went to school for decades, and there are some things, for example, my phone fell in a puddle of water. How did I fix it? What did I do? And that level of curiosity, I think both speakers, both Pandit and Jacqueline and Felipe had also mentioned this. We need to infuse a passion of curiosity or a passion of learning, and more so teach them the ways, while we were probably, we experienced the sage on the stage, we need to develop, among the students, and I think all the speakers targeted it, they spoke about it, collaborative learning. They need to identify sources. You'll be surprised to know how many students have problems Googling, okay? Or even finding something on YouTube. For example, if, one way of, and I see in the chat, somebody was talking about Bloom's taxonomy. And this is an interesting assessment. If, for example, I want to teach something on, say, some concept like Newton's second law of motion, or maybe collisions, conservation of momentum, you can ask students to go on YouTube and find one video less than 5 minutes long, which you think best explains collisions or some concept, whatever concept it is. It doesn't have to be physics. Now, what you're actually doing, they will just send you one URL. What you've actually done is look at somebody higher order thinking skills, evaluation being among the top. So that student would understand a topic. You see, sometimes we as educators figure we have to be that sage on the stage all the time. But we need to appreciate the fact that we could guide students into creating and providing opportunities for their individualistic learning. When we do that and students practice that, then I think we are approaching this area of, or I should say in mathematics, this asymptote that we'd like to meet, we'd like to arrive at.
Thank you, Dev. Very good intervention there. And I think we have a question from the audience. Another Dev has his hand up.
Thank you. Hi, thank you, everyone. Good morning. Very interesting panel discussion. I have a question coming in from the YouTube chat. And the question is from Rishi Ramlal. And his question is, are assessments really reliable when done online? And he goes on to say that we are faced with assessment problems as teachers, for example, end of last term, when a lot of children got A's when they did online assessments at home. Are these results or those online tests valid? That's the question from.
I would like to comment on that. Okay, thanks, Jacqueline. All right. Well, this brings up a very, very interesting point. Number one, it has to do with school policies, okay? And, all this targeting some of the things that we need to address while we go digital, fully digital, or to create that digital student. Number one, how does school policy address this? And I'll give you my own personal experience. I have heard, I mean, in interacting with some of these schools in the training program, parents, I mean, the feedback from these schools were, now these are primary school, that they actually hear the parents in the background, coaching the students and so on, okay? So how do I address it? Well, and this is my personal, this is Dev Gosain personal strategy, okay? Let me put a disclaimer on anything. Mr. Ramlal, this is what Dev Gosain does. Number one, you have a front-facing camera. Number two, you have a side camera over your keyboard. And number three, your microphone is on. Go ahead, Jacqueline.
Yeah, there are a couple of ways to do it. Dev, as you said, there's ways to put cameras and try to manage the system. We can have this proctoring. Proctorio is a thing where you can get live proctors watching and listening to the student all the time. But the first thing I would say is to start by writing good assessments. When you do what people call Googleable assessments, you're checking yet again, hit that Bloom's taxonomy. There is absolutely no way that students can Google answers to questions or have parents easily answer questions for them if you don't ask things that are fact-based that they can look up. Develop assessments that test the way the student applies the information. Develop assessments that require the student to synthesize information that they have learned over the period of time and create something new. Create assessments that require actual work from the student, actual thinking from the student. You can even ask the student to explain that thinking. And if you do have a parent working with them, if you've done enough work with that student, you can tell if it's the student voice or the parent voice. And that's one thing. I know part of the thing is that it is extremely difficult. It is very, very easy to get some definitions and facts and put multiple choice and boom, 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 and let the computer mark it. It's really easy to do that, but that does not help the student to learn. It doesn't help the application. It doesn't help you assess in a very authentic manner. That is the way the student is going to use what they've learned. Those multiple choice checking for facts doesn't help that, and it's really easy for students to cheat on them. So if you move to a more authentic way of assessing, then you lose a lot of the ability of people to cheat. And then, of course, you can add security. You can have a lockdown browser so that when they're on that machine, they can't Google something on that machine. You use the camera to see if they're using their phone. You use the microphone to hear if they're being quoted by someone. You can rotate the question so that every student doesn't have the same question and the answers are in different order. Shuffle the answers so that when they say, if they're in contact with someone else and they say, oh, the answer to question 3 is B, their question 3 is different from my question 3, and my B is different from their B. So you'll get it wrong if you do that. That sort of thing. There are many ways that you can manage this, but the best way is to do really good, authentic assessment. I know it's hard, I know it's a lot of work, but it's the best way to do it.
Thank you, Jacqueline, because what you is, you've talked about changing what is being assessed. As you said, you're not assessing things that are Googleable, right? And if you're doing that, we're looking at trying to have assessments that require more critical thinking, individual thinking from the students. So I am just putting it out there, perhaps that is something that is being revolutionized in the education. if we go that way, if we continue to have to provide classes online, that the educators will realize that they have to switch to this type of format to be able to have very good and true assessments of students' competencies and capabilities. So perhaps it's being driven that way. And
that's one comment, Vijay. I think Dev T's hand is up again.
Yes, I was just going to get the Dev T. You want to go with your question?
Unmute, Dev. Dev, you need to unmute.
Sorry about that. Yes, sorry about that. My question in the chat was from Suzanne Andrews. How do we develop the individual? How do we then train the individual to fit into society, collaborative environments, and multi-stakeholder systems?
Perhaps we can get Pandit Maharaj to weigh in on this one.
Yes, so that's why we were saying that we have to look at the digital citizenship. Now, my area of study for my PhD is looking at. I'm very inspired by our Honorable Prime Minister in looking at. He always mentions citizenship. But I want to take that a little bit further in looking at not just a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, because there are so many other factors that that make a true citizen, a good citizen. And we have to look at digital citizenship and in terms of how someone is a good citizen online, and as well as a global citizen, because we are also not the global playing field has opened in so many fields, and we have to even add those things into. And so that's where I'm doing my research actually right now, to identify areas that make someone the ideal citizen, not only for Trinidad and Tobago, but also as a digital citizen and a global citizen as well. And so the research continues. I actually only now started in that field to identify those things. But for some studies that have already gone on in the Harvard School of Education, Dr. Howard Gardner has identified some of these areas already. And so I will stem my research from that and take it more into a local context as to what is needed in Trinidad and Tobago. So yes, there are things you could look up, things like Project Zero by the Harvard School of Education, and they have already identified some of these competencies that we need to have to be an ideal digital citizen, and by extension, a good citizen.
Okay, thank you, Pandit Maharaj. Is there anyone from the panel who wants to chime in on this?
Okay, well, this whole thing of citizenship, first, I have to keep pounding on this. We have to define what we want in a citizen first. And once we do that, we can say, okay, this is what we want in a citizen. These are the attributes and the characteristics. And then we can start thinking, how do we create that? But until we know what we're looking for, we don't know how to set up a system for them to learn it. And this is something that keeps happening in Trinidad, not just Trinidad, in Caribbean and in some other places in the world as well. We need to say, what do we want first? Not what do we want to teach, but what do we want to see as a product of this learning? Yeah. It's backward design. You need to find out what you want at the end and then work back to see what you need to do to create that. And we keep starting at the wrong end.
Thank you, Jacqueline. As we are nearing the end of our session this morning, I'd like to hear from the panel. What are your thoughts on what would you like to see going forward in the context of the changes to our education system here in order to prepare students for the world ahead? It may not be perfect. It may not be happen right away. But what do you think we need to see happen? And I'll start with our last presenter, Felipe, if you can come in. I know he's mobile, so we may have lost him. Okay, so let's try Dev G. Would you like to weigh in on that?
Well, actually, I think my opening salvo actually answered that question. In terms of what I would like to see. The thing about it is that we need to definitely have change management. I shouldn't say a well-managed change by the educators, by our administrators, by all the stakeholders, as a matter of fact, all the stakeholders in terms of what is required. We need to have a good understanding of an appreciation of the infrastructure that is required. Provision. I mean, if we want to, some countries, they don't say education for all. They went a step further. I think it was at New Zealand looking at success for all. Okay. So what about those people in Blanchy Shares who don't have internet connectivity? How are we going to level the playing field? So these are so this is why we're talking about not just educators, but many of the stakeholders. For example, the providers of the bandwidth for these students. So it's basically it's a major shakeup. Everybody should have equity in access. Okay, that's another thing. Of course, a robust professional development program for parents, and don't think that parents is excluded or are excluded from this whole transformational process. I'll give you an example. While you teach in a class, okay, I mean, I have had experiences where I see the student is missing, and then when I actually join the class, I call home, and the mother is telling me, well, they just send the son down in the grocery to pick up something for her, okay? And this whole process, this whole thing about, education, about what really is involved in an online program. Parents should have respect that this is school in progress. The child is not available to go make a grocery run or go to the mall to pick up something for you. So it's education all around. Using the systems that are available for the student and the make the education happen, whether it be a learning management system, whether it be whatever application you're using. And as Jacqueline said, we need to understand the concept behind using these things. So you might be comfortable using Google Classroom. And then suddenly your school decided that they want to look at Microsoft Teams. And then later down the line, you realize that maybe you could use something like Educare. And then later down the line, you want to change. But there is a common thread that runs through all of these learning management systems. And that is what we need to understand. And rather than resisting the change that is going to happen. Of course, there must be continuous professional development in the whole process. And most importantly, I shouldn't say most importantly, another critical factor is the metrics, because we need to assess what we're doing, how we're doing it, and not to be critical, but really to find opportunities for development and growth. Because it is not a one-shot panacea that will say, okay, people, by April, maybe I should say by April 1st, we will have it down pat, because that will be the perfect all fools joke, okay? So we need to move forward and say, something, this is an ongoing process. It requires continuous development and more discussions of this nature to have the wheels of revolutionization taking place. Thank you.
Devji. Through to Pandit Maharaj, 2 minutes, if you can just give us
Sure. No problem. So when to summarize what I've been saying right through is that we need to, and I agree with Ms. Morris, that we need to re-engineer from what we want at the end. And when we look at digital citizenship, We also need to look at, as I said, citizenship and integrity. As we mentioned, the assessment is one of the main things in a good citizen. And when it comes to those assessments, you know, even the parents is a big part of it. And in our digital citizenship programs that we have run through ICD Experts, we look at it holistically, including the parents and the student and the school. We have programs, we have stuff that integrate all of them, because all of them have to be on board into what is required to be a good citizen. And you will realize I didn't give any, as Ms. Morris said, we have to know first what are those qualities that we want in that digital citizen. And so that's why I'm saying that I'm now doing the research into that so that we'll know that. And when we know that, then we could put things in place to achieve that. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Pandit Maharaj. We have a couple of minutes, I think. I just want to check, is there a question, Deputy?
This is Evenand. No more questions.
No questions, okay. So as we kind of getting to the end of our session this morning, it may have started off, I think the topic, when you look at the topic on paper, revolutionizing education for digital world, education and tech, it may have seemed at first that this is going to be a technology talk. But we have to realize that education is not a technology issue. It's a human issue. And technology is but a facilitator. And it's probably, I think it's one of the areas where we have seen some of the biggest changes and impacts coming out of COVID, simply for the manner in which we had to change how education was happening in Trinidad and Tobago. But that is, we move into online in order to continue the education courses and programs. But I really and truly, and I think I was mentioned in my discussions with the panel, the one-on-one discussions, we have used the technology only to shift the delivery method. And what we have to see is if it is actually changing the whole concept of education and the impact it's making on our students. So I can say, and I would like to say from my own personal observations, that there is some change happening. And I think it's doing some bit to prepare our students today to operate in the world of the digital economy. But it's not going far enough, because as was made clear during the discussions, we still don't know what it is we want. Yeah.
And
so
I just,
can
if you don't mind,
say my quick wrap up? Since I got left out of the route.
Just 1 minute. I just want to make my own would last just about 30 seconds, if so long.
Oh, okay.
Just in closing up, Vijay and the rest of the group, I was reading an article and they were analyzing a lot of companies last year. Some folded, some flourished. And, we started off today's talk about creativity and critical thinking and so on. And when they analyzed some of these companies that flourished, there were two major factors that contributed towards their success. And these companies displayed both of them in significant proportions. And they are, number one, creativity, that's the ability to identify something. And secondly, agility. So creativity and agility are the two main things, especially in this COVID-19, and more so for any industry. I was talking to somebody else, and they said that goes for almost any industry. Creativity and agility is what will bring you success. All yours, Jacqueline.
I just wanted to say my quick wrap up, since I kind of got jumped over there. I said what we needed to do in the start, and what I would love to see coming out of this is that the Ministry of Education or some other major champion would start doing a multi-stakeholder activity to make to start doing those questions and investigating those things so that we know what we want, where we're going, and we can start looking instead of doing piecemeal curriculum change and this and that and get rid of the SA and replace it with SAB and whatever, that we start looking at the system properly, deeply, and make those changes. And it doesn't have to be all at once major evolution. They can do it in an evolutionary way. But at the end, if they look at it in the right way and they bring the correct stakeholders on board, because all the stakeholders need to participate, because, you know, if a parent don't like it, it drops off immediately. And we can get to the system of education that we need to create what we need to create the citizens that we want in 2100, because 2030 is right there. We need to start moving way forward now. And that's my...
Thank you, Jacqueline. Okay, so I think that brings us right up to time. And I would just want to say thank you to our panelists for taking the time out and for making such a great contribution and having such a discourse this morning, a very nice discourse on the topic. And I encourage everyone to please continue to stay on for the second session today. And of course, please visit the TTMag site at mag.tt. Come involved in the business of the mag and to see what we're about. And you know, you can contribute in that area also. So with that, I would just like to say thanks again to everyone, to DevT for taking those questions for us, for the panel. And I just want to wish everyone have a great day and stay safe.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Hi. My name is Melissa, and I'm a teacher here in Trinidad at a primary school. When the COVID-19 first hit, it was very difficult for me personally because I was just weeks away from my kids sitting the SEA exam. And this brought up major issues in terms of getting my children to keep working, how to stay connected with them in a manner that was easy for them to understand and yet still give them the same quality of work that they were receiving at school. What I did do, I had to do a lot of research online, a lot of videos, and a lot of tutorials to try and get my school's system up and running, because this is something that hit not just our school, but the entire country. And we were basically on our own trying to get something done for our children. So I just have a short PowerPoint presentation on how I was able to get my school connected and online with the help of TTNIC and Mr. Patrick Hossain. So I'll just go straight to the presentation now and share my screen with you. All right, so the presentation is basically how to get your school online in Trinidad and Tobago. This is just my basic introduction, and I'd like to thank Mr. Patrick Hossain and Mr. Dale Dolly for their assistance in getting our school up and running online. The process that we took was basically in 3 stages: acquiring a domain name for our school, which would assist us in setting up a website, and then applying for G Suite for Education. The first attempt at getting online would have basically been finding a fast way to send notices and information out to our parents, which generally took the form of creating social media sites for our school, knowing that most of our parents were already on Facebook or on Instagram, including some of the children. We thought that this would be the most convenient and easiest way to communicate with the large population at school. So we suggest for schools that are now starting off to get online, creating a social media page would be a good start to that, right? After creating our social media site, we looked for something more concrete and a platform that will allow us to put our work and our notes on and allow us to communicate visually and live with our children. This proved a bit difficult because we needed something that was affordable. Being under financial constraints at that point in time, we were generally looking for something that was free and of no cost to our students or to the school. While searching online, I came across the Trinidad and Tobago Network Information Center, and they manage the registration of domain names. And we saw that the edu.tt domain was being hosted and managed for free. So this was the first step we needed to take, was to reach out to TTNIC and figure out how to acquire a domain name. So what we did do, we visited www.edu.tt and we clicked on the search bar. And this was basically me trying to find a name to use for the school that was already not in use by another school. So suggested ways of getting your domain name would be to use the initials of your school, lvrc.edu.tt, or you can use the full name of your school. Since this was the first time for me, I used the full name of my school, which was quite long. And I realized later down in the process that when I created email addresses for our teachers and students, such a long domain name made the email addresses quite long and tiresome. But eventually, once everyone got accustomed to it, it was second nature, right? Once we realized that the name that we want is not in use by another school, we went back to the website and we tried to register the name. To complete the registration process, what we needed was a letter of authorization from my principal, informing TTNIC that I did have the required authorization to apply on behalf of my school. And once that was done and we received approval, the domain name was ours to use. And having this domain name now prepared us to move into the next step of actually creating a website for our school where we could showcase events that happen at our school, achievements at our school, maybe expected behaviors and things we look for in our students. So creating the website was a major part of getting into the G Suite for Education as well. So I found that Google had a Google Sites where they assisted you in creating a website quite simply. And there were lots of YouTube tutorials on how to do it on the Google Sites. So this was the most simple that I could find, not being very tech savvy at that point in time and being constrained for time to get things going. I used the Google Sites and it helped me to create my school webpage. And I also posted one of the YouTube videos that I used to assist me in using this page. Moving right along, when you get into the Google Sites to create your school website, and you think you have the look that you want and the layout that you want, we suggest that you preview this website before you publish it, because I learned the hard way that your website looks different on different devices. So your websites look on a desktop as compared to a cell phone is quite different. And the preview option helps you to see how your website will look on all devices so that you can adjust your layout. Once you like the layout and you've previewed it, you're going to publish your website. And this is where your domain name that you received from TTNIC becomes important. Your domain name now needs to be linked to the website that you created on Google Sites. Again, I had to do a lot of YouTube searching to see how to do this exactly. And I did link one of those videos there to assist other schools in figuring out how to attach their domain name to the website they just created. Once we have attached our domain name, we now need to do a Google console search where we are actually going to see if this domain name is in use anywhere in the world. And they are going to require that we have access to use this domain name. So Google is going to ask us to verify ownership of this domain name, and then it becomes quite important to go back to TTNIC once again, or our domain host, to ask for their assistance in this verification process. So for me, it was a lot of back and forth, and I must say without Mr. Hussain, I would not have gotten through it because I was not familiar with the jargon, very confused by all of the information coming at me. So creating this step-by-step tutorial to help other schools to get online became necessary. So here we can see we went back to TTNIC to assist us in getting verified with Google our domain name. So once we send that email off, they will attach the DNS records to our domain name. And once the records have been added, we once again go back to Google Search Console to verify it, to try and verify it again. We then go back to our Google site where we created our school's website, and we open up our school's website. And there's another tutorial that I have attached here that I found where we're now going to attach that confirmed domain name to our website. And it's basically going into the settings and the custom URL and attaching the www dot in front of our domain name, right? Moving right along, again, once this has been done, we go back to our domain host and we require their assistance again, because they're going to ask us, once we're using this www dot at the front, that we create a CNAME entry. I don't even know if I'm saying it correctly because I'm not very familiar. And I sent this email off, and Mr. Hussain was quite helpful in creating whatever entries I needed on my domain name to get our website up and running. So the instructions are here, the exact email that you're going to send to them and what you're going to require them to assist you with. Once the TTNIC emails us confirming that our request has been done, we go back into the browser and we type in our school's new web address, which now includes the www dot in front of the domain name. Once that is done, you are checking to see that your website can be found by others who are making a search for your school. If it doesn't come up immediately when you conduct that search, you can give it a couple of days to actually happen, and then you can try again. Right, so once your website has been set up and your domain name is officially assigned to your website, this is where we can now apply for the G Suite for Education. G Suite for Education was a choice for us because it allowed us to have the Google Classroom used for all of our students in school for free, as well as the other applications that came with it. Like we would have had access now to Google Meet, which allowed us to have the face-to-face classes. We would have had Jamboard, where we could actually write on a whiteboard and share our thoughts and lessons with the kids directly. So the G Suite for Education was a host of applications that came together to provide us with that virtual classroom for free. Even though it took many steps to get to the G Suite for Education, it was worth it for us. And we thank all the people who helped us along the way. So this is the link that takes you to the application for the G Suite for Education. And once you click on that link, you now begin the application process, where we type in the school's name and the web address of the website we just created, the number of students that our school has, and the type of school that we are. we suggest using your personal email address when applying for the G Suite for Education. If you are a normal teacher from that school applying on behalf of your school. You can use the school's email address, but only if you have access to it, because they're going to send emails to you trying to get you to forward information and do things, and you would need to have access to those emails as they come in, so that you can get the process flowing as quickly as possible. They're going to ask if you have a domain name already. You're going to click yes and say, I have one that I can use. You put in your name as an applicant on behalf of your school, and you create your sign-in information as the admin for that G Suite. Even though you may start off being the admin because you're the one doing the application, eventually as you go along, the admin can be changed. Once your application is complete, you then receive a free 14-day trial period. But because of the COVID-19 pandemic, this has seriously slowed down the processing of the applications, because many schools across the world have been trying to access the G Suite program for free for their schools. So that process may take longer than expected to get approved. You may need assistance again, because Google is going to ask you to verify your domain once again. So you will need the assistance of admin@nic.tt, which is TTNIC, to verify your domain. Google will send you the email instructions and the codes and records, etc., that you need to place on your domain name so that they can verify it. So you will get the steps and instructions on how to verify that domain with Google. This is a sample of the email I received from Google requesting information to complete the process of my application, which was a bit tricky for me, because they were asking for the institution's official accreditation document stating the educational status, as well as an official document stating the non-profit status. Now, being at home and not having access to the ministry and everything is in chaos at this point because of the COVID-19, it was very difficult to figure out, where am I going to get this document? Is this a document the school already has on file? Is this a document I can go into the ministry to receive, to apply for? How long is it going to take me to get it? Luckily, I got in contact with another teacher at Trinity College, Mocha, and I was discussing the issue with him, and he advised me that there was an official listing of schools in Trinidad and Tobago online. And what I could have done was locate the name of my school on that listing, screenshot it as proof that we are an accredited school in Trinidad and Tobago, and then attach the ministry's official listing as proof of that in my email to Google, which is what I did. I did locate it. There's a primary school link and a secondary school link where you can locate your school on this list, take a screenshot of it, and this official link is a proof to Google that you are an accredited school in Trinidad and Tobago, because we can see that this link is .gov.tt. So it's enough proof for them to accept you as an accredited school of Trinidad and Tobago. Once I supplied Google with all of the information they required, they did email me back to say my application was approved, but again, they needed to confirm that I was authorized to make this application on behalf of my school. So they would have also required to get my principal's email address, and they would have emailed to find out if I did have the authorization necessary to make this application. And once they had confirmed with my principal that I was authorized to do so, the approval went through and we were able to access the G Suite for Education. Receiving this program for free took a load off, and it was very good for the school, even though it was the start of more research and more learning as a teacher, because we now had to learn how to use this for the benefit of our school. But with the excess of information on the internet in terms of if you're a visual learner and you need videos, you can find anything online basically, as well as many tutorials that you can read to assist you in setting up your G Suite for education. The best thing that came out of it was that each child attending our school was assigned an email address. We created an email address for them as well as teachers. These email addresses were used to access the Google Classroom. Only our children with those email addresses attached to our domain could access our classroom. So it did provide us with some sense of security in terms of knowing who's coming into our classrooms and accessing the information being provided there. I was asked by Mr. Hossain if I would have been willing to put my entire process that I went through on his website so that other teachers and schools looking to do the same would have the information there rather than running around trying to do it on their own, which is what I did. And I really would like to thank everyone that assisted me in getting our school online during the COVID-19 pandemic, and especially helping my SEA class to reach that exam point. So I would like to thank Mr. Patrick and Mr. Dale Dolly, and to those who assisted me in preparing this PowerPoint presentation as well. I am really grateful because apart from teaching, doing presentations for your class and anything outside of that does take a lot of time. So this was a big help to me. And I really appreciate the invitation to present today in this forum. So thank you very much.
All right, so I think it's up to me. So welcome everyone thank you for our partner TTIGF for that presentation on the process being followed by schools and education institutions to set up. And now let's move on to our second panel for today. I'm Tracy Hackshaw. I'm the moderator for this session. I'm Chief Executive for TFH and Associates, and also have been involved with the TTMAP for some time. The session that we're going to go into now is titled Digital Entrepreneurship. And what we're doing today is trying to grapple with what's been happening, as we are, I think, throughout the entire TTIGF over the last 12 months. What we've seen as Trinidad and Tobago has moved forward with our, recovery efforts as a result of the pandemic, we also are dealing with the impacts and fallout. We've seen what we would call to be a new class of entrepreneur, digital entrepreneur, that has emerged during this, certainly the last 12 months. It's been happening for some time, but it's been accelerated over the last 12 months. And there've been several long gestating opportunities in what we call digital economy that have now come to the fore. We've seen, pockets of innovation and entrepreneurship emerging in various areas, marketplaces, on social media, in certain service industries, like, for example, animation, that we'll hear about today, I'm sure. We've seen emergence of delivery services and that delivery economy emerging. We've seen a greater take-up of e-commerce to a large extent. Payment solutions starting to make their voices heard. We've seen people like WePay and others step up to the plate and become more prominent in the game. But at the same time, as we've seen this, we do need to understand that this is just, a few of the opportunities that currently exist. And today we're looking to discuss how we can, accelerate and catalyze this new emerging thrust of digital entrepreneurship and growing the local digital economy. And today we're going to have our very esteemed panel confront and discuss the realities that confront the digital entrepreneur today. and look at how the digital economy can grow further. And I hope today we're not going to simply rehash what we already know, but we're going to find a way to reorient the conversation towards one that is solution-oriented, not problem-based, and move beyond talk and maybe move to some sort of concrete action plan in doing so. And let me take the opportunity to introduce our panel today. So I will do this by quickly giving a brief of each of the panelists in order that I have on my sheet. We have Mr. Keron Rose. He is mobile expert and founder of Droid Island. Keron is an online business educator who works with Caribbean entrepreneurs and corporate clients on building their businesses online so that they can participate in the global economy. He is the creator and host of the web show, The Digital Age, which features Caribbean companies and experts who have created or mastered the platforms and tools we use to conduct our online businesses. He is also the owner and tech blogger behind Droid Island, an online resource center to learn about the Caribbean smartphone industry. Mr. Rose's goal is to be an agent of change in the Caribbean and to help entrepreneurs and businesses navigate the digital age. Welcome, Keron. Thank you for joining us today. Next up on my list, this is in no particular order. We have Ajay Archer. I hope I got that right. Yes, excellent. Thank you, Ajay. Ajay Archer is he is an independent design director and co-founder and CEO of one of the new startups that I mentioned called UnQ. Ajay is a multidisciplinary designer and art director from Trinidad and Tobago, focusing on work that integrates graphic design for business, typeface design, and programming. He studied visual communications at the University of Trinidad and Tobago, Camille may know him, and typeface design at the Cooper Union. Ajay has 12 years experience in creating brand identities, websites, digital products, publications, and event invites, all with a focus on solutions that integrate meaningfully considered graphics, strong typography, and nimble, well-written code. He recently co-founded UnQ, a mobile app designed to improve retail experiences in the Caribbean by making digital commerce and sales more accessible and convenient. Past clients include Google, the Rhode Island School of Design, Governor of Trinidad and Tobago, and the Caribbean Mental Health Foundation. Welcome, Ajay. Good to see you today. And this is not a manual. We now have very happy to introduce two very powerful ladies to address us today. Camille Salvon Abraham, one of my good colleagues, is the program coordinator for animation studies at the University of Trinidad and Tobago. Camille has a Bachelor of Arts in Media and Communication with specialization in animation from Goldsmiths University of London. She is the founding director of the NGO Anime Carib Animation Festival, which is celebrating its 19th year. She recently served as chairman of Film TT under the Ministry of Trade and Industry, Governor of Trinidad and Tobago. Together with business partner Jason Lindsay, they created the first Caribbean outsourcing animation studio, Full Circle Animation Studio in Trinidad, creating work for international studios around the world. She has coined her interpretation of the work she undertakes as digital activism, for just as the output of the computer is intangible and cannot be placed on a shelf, so does the inspiration she provokes hide in the emotional, social, and entrepreneurial outcomes of her interventions. In 2016, she spent a month in Jamaica for an intervention product called New Path, which used animation in prisons, funding by the OAS through its Department of Public Security in Washington, D.C. With over 20 years in the animation digital media industry, Camille now uses the hero's journey to rewrite the script that has kept others outside of the playing field, both in film industry and also the play of life. Awards include the Royal Television Society Student Award 2000 from London, Caribbean Tales and Innovation and Animation in the Caribbean Award, Toronto, Canada, the Trinidad and Tobago Film Festival Pioneering Film Award 2014, and she was shortlisted for the Commonwealth Foundation Award for Women in Business. She currently runs an NGO in collaboration with CARICOM called the Shift Project, which is an intervention product using digital technology to bring at-risk teens in the 21st century. Camille, welcome. And we're very proud to have someone like you on our panel. And last but certainly by no means least, a colleague of mine, Roxanne Coltrust, serial entrepreneur and managing director of Shop Caribe, among many others. Roxanne is a digital entrepreneur who's been involved in communications, animation, tourism, and e-commerce. Over the last 20 years, she has witnessed the growth and development of digital economies with strategy-level involvement in the animation sector as a co-director, actually, of the very same Anime Caribbean Festival I just mentioned. She has worked alongside a dynamic team at Web Development and Integrated Communication Studio. Many of you may be aware of this company called Site Factory, to bring multiple corporate and private sector websites into reality. In 2016, she partnered with her husband and co-director, Philip Coltrust, who I actually went to school with, to develop the tourism booking platform, Destination Trinidad and Tobago, destination TNT.com, which has amassed more than 500,000 visitors per year. In 2020, she became the managing director of ShopCaribe.com, the ultimate marketplace for Caribbean-made products, with currently more than 150 vendors and 2,000 products on that platform. Roxanne, welcome, and welcome to all of our entrepreneurs today. And as I hope that we'll begin with our first question, and I'm going to pose it as an open question to our panelists. What can we do in Trinidad and Tobago to encourage a greater take-up of digital entrepreneurship? And maybe what I can do is start in the reverse order in which I began with the introductions. And maybe I can ask Roxanne to open the discussion. Roxanne?
Yeah, that was a neat trick, Tracy. Neat trick. Last up, first in, right? Well, thank you so much for having me on the panel this morning. You know, and every time I speak, I just want to take a moment and ask for us to remember those persons who have succumbed to the coronavirus, and a moment of respect and positive thoughts for the brave efforts and energies of the healthcare workers. They're the ones out there holding the door for us. They're the ones who are, you know, keeping this thing at bay. So I always just spend just a little moment. Thank you. So in terms of, you know, how can we encourage a greater uptake of digital entrepreneurship? I've been seeing it growing over the last 20 years. You have all sorts of minds, some fantastic minds out there now who are coming up with some fantastic projects. And I feel that how can we encourage a greater take-up? It's really about creating an enabling environment. It's really about encouraging that development. It's about collaboration as well. Sometimes we don't collaborate enough. Sometimes we just kind of go out there and do things on our own. But you know what? You always have to find those who've gone before. You know, at the time when we started doing web development in Trinidad and Tobago and the Caribbean and then worldwide, we were one of the few web development companies. Now, fast forward 20 years, you have, you know, young business people calling themselves technologists, you know, so they're doing similar things. What are they doing? They're embracing technology. They are finding a way to work with technology, and that's a fantastic thing. I think digital entrepreneurship is the way to go. We are on the cusp of something phenomenal, and so we have to find ways to, that uptake comes from collaboration. That uptake comes from, you know, reaching out and creating an enabling environment. I'm seeing some interesting things in Trinidad and Tobago. The movements towards, you know, giving tax breaks for digital economy, you know, digital companies, for companies that are developing bits of technology. So that's creating the enabling environment. What we need to do now is to fast forward and make sure that those opportunities are real, that I can really call someone at the VAT office and say, hey, here are my earnings for 2020. Is it going to be applied as a thing? You know, is it going to be applied as an overall, I think they say there's a clearance of a certain amount. So we need to just, the enabling environments are there, but we need to now push them forward to make them operational. And that's the key thing that's going to help us to move forward.
Thank you very much, Roxanne. That's an excellent, I think, a nice, optimistic and broad brush take on this. Camille, using the same order that I just started with, perhaps maybe you may want to zero in a little further on your understanding of what we need to do in this country to encourage a greater uptake, and maybe what you can do as well is bring some of your own experiences to bear on this response to the question.
Sure. So I can't move forward until I talk about your beard, Tracy. I've never seen that, and you look fantastic with that beard. Okay, I just needed to put that in. So I mean, everything that Roxanne said, of course, is very relevant. But one of the main things I think that needs to be recognized is that digital entrepreneurship, Tracy, as you so nicely put it, is new. And this may sound, okay, that don't make any sense, but it is new. And the reason why it's new, it's because it's exponential. It's constantly changing now. So it's the future is that this technology that is affiliated to entrepreneurship will almost always be new. So we always have to be, trying to find solutions and be open to new things, right? So that's one of the first things. And because it's new, there's often a young intake with digital entrepreneurs, right? So which means that there's a certain amount of hand-holding that needs to happen. Whether we like it or not, there's a certain amount of hand-holding. And I always compare it to the oil industry when the oil industry way back first started. Institutions or the state didn't build oil refineries and then say, okay, you all figure it out. No, there was a long-term investment in that new industry way back then. So therefore, the same thing needs to happen with digital entrepreneurship. We need that kind of support needs to continue. So there's a certain amount of hand-holding. The other thing is that we also need to, when it comes to institutions that are investing, whether it be state or businesses, often what happens is that we have first phase funding or first phase investment, and then it ends. And that consistency makes a huge difference, because then you'd see these digital products go from ideation to prototype into becoming monetized. And often that full 3-phase or whatever 4-phase support is not there. And I think we need to kind of really look at that too. The other thing I think is important is that we need to understand that this is fluid. We have a fluid industry. It changes constantly. And it's also one of the reasons why I'm so happy to be on the education side of things. Now, with the education side of things, it's a sort of a double-edged sword, because you're dealing with academia that is very, very static, right? And very much based on those structures. And this particular area is very, very fluid. So often, I am in that space where I'm frustrated in my own academia. Okay, so the important, to me, one of the most important things when it comes to supporting entrepreneurship and digital entrepreneurs is that we start from the education side of things. We start to look at giving students tools that would allow them to be innovative, that would allow them to test, that would allow them to fail and fix, right? That would allow them to apply new technology to new ideas. And of course, this has impacted a lot on the program at UTT because we've approached the program over the past 15 years as being fluid, as being open. Things will change. And that came from the support from above, whereby we were given the opportunity to create a program that was very fluid, even before COVID happened, right? So now you find and I'll just end quickly with this. Now you find the programs that we are building at the BFA. We now have a BFA in Digital Media Studies. In there is actual programs or courses that are part of a workspace, so that the student is thrown into a studio. The student is thrown into a situation where they have to use technology and they have to solve things with technology. So with that, that's kind of where I see where we're going now.
Thank you, Camille. And I think what I'm going to ask you to do at some point during this session is you and I had worked in the recent past on the Tamina project, and maybe what you could do is bring a little bit of that into the discussion as we go and see what's possible there. But you did mention that at UTT there was a new breed of student that would be emerging. And I think that segues nicely into Ajay's recent thrust as a digital entrepreneur. He's a graduate of UTT, as he has indicated. Ajay, maybe you could jump in as an entrepreneur, a recent digital entrepreneur, if you want to call yourself that.
I'm a dropout of UTT.
Well, we can
that's fluid. That's fluid.
Just to be mad clear about how it is, yeah. Like I left school so that I could continue working. But
that's one way. Yeah, let's do it. Go ahead.
I would say that I'm sorry to be the not voice of huge positivity, but I'm sure that's why I'm here anyway. I think that when I think about the uptake or the whatever of digital entrepreneurship in Trinidad, it starts at the infrastructure level. I think that if we start talking about entrepreneurship, we have to talk about money. And if we're talking about money, we have to talk about the people that manage money and manage the processes around money. Like until we overhaul banking across the board, digital entrepreneurship will be a challenge. And the challenge with overhauling banking is not a technical one, it's an infrastructural one, because the people who are, for example, in charge of those systems will have to get fired for us to move forward. Like there's going to need to be a new guard in terms of like e-commerce. And what are you going to do? This guy was working at the board of, for example, Royal Bank or whatever, for 50 years. Is he going to get fired so that we can have an online banking API? He would have to be. He was going to have to walk away from his stock options. He's going to have to walk away from his benefits. And the reality is that there is no incentive for him to do that. And I think that that is the challenge. The challenge is that infrastructurally, there is no actual reason for the banks to give like two hoots about e-commerce in the Caribbean, because as far as they're concerned, the system that they have right now works, and it has worked, and it will continue to work in their favor. Opening up industry and commerce digitally means that you are leveling the playing field in a way that I don't know that a lot of our established systems are quite ready for. I don't think that the challenges that we have, I think that the points that Roxanne brought up about enabling are very true and they're very right. But I do also think that the enabling, we have to talk about who's doing the enabling and who's responsible for the enabling. And when we talk about that, the conversation has to come down to the infrastructure. So it has to be a central bank conversation and a private bank conversation. Like that has to start there. And it's not that we don't have the resources or the infrastructure or the minds locally to do that. The challenge is just that somebody has to get fired. And unfortunately, nobody wants to walk away from their high-paying job. And a lot of the people who are in charge of these systems have been in a position of what I would call relative comfort. You know, we're talking about IT managers who've been in a job for 15 years. Are you really going to learn the infrastructure around a whole new API? Like, are you going to do that? Because you're going to have to lose your job, unfortunately. And I think that the challenge that we have is, on one hand, the infrastructure isn't set up in such a way that there's this fluid transition. I think that in other economies, for example, I think we love to model the US economy around startup culture. And I think that it's a flawed position to take because we don't have the populations to support those business models. But I also think that something that we can take away from the American startup culture is that a lot of those companies that we see as luminous figures inside of their digital space were companies started by people who had to kind of figure it out on their own. And they figured it out on their own because they had the basic infrastructure in their hands. I don't think that we need to mentor people to become digital entrepreneurs. I think we just need to give them the space to do it. I think that we have enough people who are, one, in need, two, smart and resourceful, and also see a problem that they can fix. But the challenge, again, is that when my friends come to tell me that, hey, let's start a product, let's start a service, the first question is, how are we going to make money? How are we going to pay our suppliers? And the question comes down to, like, fundamentally, who has access to the banking system? I'm really lucky. I work for Google. I'm able to get paid in like US dollars. If I didn't have US dollars specifically, I wouldn't have been able to bootstrap OnQ. Like there would be no OnQ without that, you know? And I think that that is a very basic problem that we have, because when I have to think about, for example, like e-commerce fulfillment, our best bet is WePay, right? Like technically speaking, like we can use First Atlantic Commerce, but we need to like literally hire a whole, like we need to go in time and like find a developer from 10 years ago who understands a system that is broken and broken on purpose, right? But then we think about WePay. WePay is great. WePay has bridged a huge gap, but at the end of the day, WePay is likely gonna like plateau on innovation. I still don't have immediate refunds. You know what I mean? And that is largely just because of the infrastructure, because if the infrastructure was set up differently, we wouldn't be dependent on First Atlantic Commerce for our banking, and First Atlantic Commerce wouldn't get to like condescend to us with their technological platforms, because the reality is that we are so fixed in what we're doing that because when we were launching N2, we went to every bank, hey guys, we would like to do online payments properly. Could we build the API for you? Everybody said no. And it's not that we weren't able to do PCI compliance or anything like that. We just wanted, honestly, to make our lives easier. But the honest reality is that there isn't that setup. And the convenience around that setup is more than just being nice to young people and putting them in a good class and, you know, patting their backs and encouraging them. It really comes down to the infrastructure, and the infrastructure is not there. It's like flatly not there. Like the best that we can do is kind of bad right now, in my opinion. So I think that to improve digital take-up, we need to fire some people, and we definitely need to overhaul some of our technological standards at the base level. But the base level is not WePay or it's not any of our providers. It's at the banking and central banking level.
All right, Ajay, I'm wondering if you want to be honest about your thoughts today, or you're just going...
No, I'm gonna hold back a little bit.
Yeah, that's... let's move on to another individual who has been very vocal about this very same topic in his blogs and various interventions on social media, and in his online learning platform, Digital Age, Mr. Karen Rose. Karen, maybe what we could do is respond to what Ajay has been pointing out there, and what are your thoughts on this plateauing of the infrastructure and what we need to do? Karen?
So I agree with Ajay. I think he's hit several nails on the head, and I mean, that overhaul isn't going to happen overnight. It is going to take a few dominoes to fall in order for us to really get this right. So I agree with him largely. What I would say is that we still have enough to keep things simple. So one of the things that I try to preach from a digital entrepreneurship perspective is for people to just start learning the basics, start learning some digital skills, so that even if you are not trying to build the next OnQ or build the next WePay, you could at least, develop a digital skill like, web development, copywriting, develop a digital skill that will allow you to at least earn additional revenue. And we have so many global freelance platforms. We have enough infrastructure to be able to get paid online and get clients from around the world. So even just from a perspective of keeping it simple, if it's somebody who has a 9-to-5, who is looking to just earn additional revenue, learning some digital skills right now would go a long way. And to be honest, the earnings that you could get from some of these, from a lot of these digital skills may be able to replace and far surpass what you're getting paid at a 9-to-5. For me, just some of the basic things that I do, most of my clients are not in Trinidad. And I don't have an issue getting paid because you have a WePay. You could still use PayPal, even though PayPal only works in a limited capacity here. It is still an option for us to be able to use. So like getting paid isn't really an issue. The biggest issue for me is a lack of education. Most people don't know what exactly is possible, right? So they're not going to be quick to think, let me learn how to do email marketing and then go tap into a resource like LinkedIn and pull in some clients from LinkedIn so I could start to do email marketing for people or become a virtual assistant and do that for people. And don't just limit yourself to Trinidad and Tobago, because the reality is that we're still growing. A lot of these companies, some of the biggest companies in Trinidad and Tobago, still don't know what they don't know, and are outsourcing stuff to people that they themselves don't know what they don't know. So if you can develop your own skill sets and you could start tapping into the social media platforms and the global networks, you can start to generate your own client list from people outside of the country, outside of the Caribbean. So you're not limiting yourself to just one economy. When people are saying Trinidad economy is bad, I'm sure the majority of the panel on this, the majority of the people on this panel are tapping into clients outside of Trinidad. So I'm not feeling the pinch because half my clients are not in the country, right? So this is the lack of education. What we need is more people to speak about their experiences from their successes and their failures, putting that information out there and just start to showcase to people what is possible, even from the most basic levels, allowing people to see what we can do even within our broken system. That would at least give people the leg up to at least survive until, who knows, Ajay, maybe, in 2 years, somebody does get fired and the system starts to fix itself. But until then, there is still a lot that we can do even within this system. And that's one of the things that I want to impress upon people right now. Jump on Google high income digital skills, jump on any one of these platforms online to learn these skills. You're not limited to UE. You're not limited to you because they're not even going to be teaching you the latest in digital trends and digital skills. You can learn from so many platforms online, get certified, and apply your skills and trade online and still earn money without a problem.
Thank you very much, Karen. And I think that's one of the hopes I had coming from this panel, that we're going to move beyond just talking and certainly move to the actions that we can take, concrete actions. And I think that issue of digital skills and getting cracking on that. There are many free, paid, hybrid platforms that are there right now that, just Google them, quite literally. You have to go through them today. And of course, Kieran himself has his own platform that you can look at. So I want to make this a very interactive session, as I indicated to our panelists. I have a few questions that I wanted to bring up, but I'm just wondering right now, if we could invite anyone who may want to jump in. I believe you can unmute yourself. I'm not too sure. If there's any questions coming in, please raise your hand and maybe we could address it at this point in time, given that each panelist has had a point they've raised already. Let me see, there's nothing coming up at this point. Could anyone help and identify if there are any questions coming in? Doesn't seem so. And until that happens, let me just bring up my own questions. So I think this could be quite challenging for others to answer. In terms of internet governance and multi-stakeholderism, which is what we discussed yesterday. And by that, I mean all the stakeholders getting together. So government, private sector, civil society, academia, technical. What do you think can be done from a stakeholder position to get this digital economy going and to drive entrepreneurship beyond the 10 or 20 or 30 or whatever number that is currently there? It's still not enough to move forward. I would like to hear some thoughts on that, and maybe without having to go in order, they can ask, maybe from the panel wants to jump in and respond to that at this point.
I could.
Yes, Ajay, go ahead.
I think that I mean, it does come back to the same thing I was saying before, but like the government stakeholder in a country like Trinidad, where everything is administrated by the government, it's like they're the most important one. Like until there is some kind of, I suppose the word is decentralized, but let's not use decentralized next to central bank. But until there is some kind of a standard around, okay, FCB and Republic need to send money to each other. How does that happen digitally? Unless that doesn't happen with an ACH, which is just a clearinghouse. Unless we're able to move past that, there is no basis, in my opinion anyway, for much other involvement. Because like Karan made a really good point in my opinion just now about like building up your own skills. So like that is a kind of entrepreneurship as well, right? But if we talk about like contributing to like the local GDP and we're talking about like making money inside of Trinidad, that is not a Forex conversation. Like that is about a generating TT in TT kind of conversation. And if the people who are supposed to be very smart are skilling themselves up on languages and technologies and platforms, for example, that have this international market value. What's going to happen, and what I know happens, because I have a lot of friends who work for very high profile companies, also Trinidad, so they have like really good salary, but they are doing what I would call high end, top tier development work. They aren't doing that in Trinidad because there isn't an economy around it. And until there is an economy around it, everybody who gets really good at these technological infrastructure that can move us forward is going to leave or work for somewhere else, just like Karan recommended, which I think if I have to place the options of either work in Trinidad and fight up, or get a job somewhere else where somebody identifies my skills quickly and pays me right for it, I'm gonna pick that second one every single time, right? But I think that as a stakeholder, the government has, I think like their mandate really should be around the type of facilitation that there just isn't the conversation for right now. And that facilitation is a legal, it's like legal / infrastructural, but largely technological, because I think that we've had conversations with people from the central bank before, and the question was always, how are you going to make this secure? And then we tell them how we're going to make it secure. But then like, that's not enough, right? Because what that means is that the guy who we just spoke to has to go research what we just said, because he doesn't know about it either. And like, again, it comes back down to like the governmental, like until he says yes to it, we're not going to be able to transfer money from one bank to another seamlessly. That's not going to happen. We're not going to have things like a Cash App. You know, WePay is going to be as well as we can do. And I think that that's really just because as a stakeholder, the government's investment is obviously in the optics of digital entrepreneurship. And I think that the optics of digital entrepreneurship are really great when you think about economies where that kind of scale can work. But in Trinidad, where there likely won't be a Steve Jobs coming out to Trinidad, we're not going to make Steve Jobs money. You know, so like that objective is not in the picture anymore. So what that also means is that at the governmental level, the investment is purely about the optics. It's not actually about the GDP. I don't think that people are thinking about the GDP. I think that our government thinks that we should get onto tech for the same reason that the government has a Facebook page, because they should, right? But I don't think that it has anything to do with an actual investment in the infrastructure. And I think that until we move past the very optical investment that we have right now, which is we are going to talk about e-money and we're going to put E before everything, until we move past putting E before things and actually get into talking about the technology and actually talk about getting into the legal infrastructure, then as a stakeholder, the government will kind of lose its any kind of influence that it can have, because the private sector isn't going to invest until the government says it's okay to. And if the private sector doesn't invest, then nobody's going to get a job. And if nobody's going to get a job, then all of our JavaScript developers and Python developers and PHP developers are going to work for Dropbox or Google or Facebook or somewhere else. And that's only because there isn't that basic infrastructure at the governmental level to make money for it. There isn't an economy. So if you don't have an economy, you can't expect people to want to work in it. But as a governmental thing, like that's where I think the stakeholder conversation has to start.
Thanks, Ajay. And yes, I see Camille wants to jump in, and maybe Camille, there's a question in the chat that you probably could segue into as well. Sure. It's asking which of the stakeholderisms do you subscribe to in terms of government or any type of these. Do you think there's a role for any one or many of these stakeholders? And I think as you're jumping in now, perhaps you're gonna address some of that in any event.
That is a very painful question. I'll do my best to answer it because I've been doing this for 20 years, right? Trying to get those same stakeholders to recognize the value of the digital economy, digital enterprise on a whole. I think we recently started seeing digital service as, you know, something of value that started to happen, yes. But from where I stand and the experience of over the 20 years, I will agree with Karen. I will agree that we cannot look in if we want to really be financially successful on that level. We cannot only look in, we have to look out of Trinidad and Tobago. And this is where, to try to answer that question as much as possible, where probably the stakeholders could come in. But we cannot, in my 20 years experience on this island, since I've been back, we cannot totally depend on. So there has to be some codependence. So I'll give you an example. With the studio, Full Circle Studio, we would a lot of our jobs coming through external studios. So there's, like Karen, there's no issues of money coming in, but there's of US coming in, but there of course are huge issues of US going out. So we have to find a way to fix that, because if loads of US coming in, what is the problem? And these sort of economies, gaming is a multi-billion, and I know of gaming, small gaming studios here who are bringing in US dollars, endless US dollars, right? So if we're seeing that this is actually bringing in the foreign exchange that you have put up there as part of your pillar, that these small organizations supposed to be bringing in US, then this is where the stakeholders should come in and say, well, okay, what can we do to fix this situation? The other thing to add to that regarding the collaboration and the stakeholders, I'll give you a quick example. For Anime Carib last year, it was our 90th anniversary. Tracy, we're celebrating 20 years this year, not 19. So in our 90th anniversary, we had the huge issue of not getting the funding that we normally get for COVID, because of COVID, and also because of the fragmentation. People weren't, in the same space. But what we had to do was literally create a system of, and this was thinking on our feet, a system of a digital cooperative, which is what we termed it. A digital cooperative where we had people who were doing AR, people who were doing VR, people who were doing animation, gaming, web, you name it. And we all came together and used the Anime Carib platform as a way to promote ourselves. We had about 12 small micro enterprise, digital enterprise. And out of that, we were able to pull our resources, and because we had to go online, our audience increased by 500%. And that is because those digital heads came together and said, you know what, let us share that 500% growth. And we all did. So it really is about thinking outside the box. And I will agree with Agai. Some people will probably have to leave the planet for some changes to happen. But I do feel that in our own way, in what we do, and what I do, and what Karen does, and what Agai does, and what Tracy does, we could start to make those changes, because I could tell you, I could attest to it, that I am seeing the changes, and I'm seeing the changes in, for instance, our students. Karen could tell you, I brought Karen to meet my students, and he saw the kind of work that those students were doing. So there are ways to fix these issues. I do feel we just need to pull our heads together and not ignore the government and ignore the stakeholders, but to find a way to collaborate with them, with or without them.
Thank you, Camille. And I saw there's a discussion that has started in the chat about capital and venture capital and financing, and that's the private sector stakeholder coming into the picture there. I even saw the phrase vulture capitalism being used by one of our participants, Glenn. I don't know if Roxanne, I think you've opened up your mic, maybe you want to jump in and speak to that, and perhaps Karen, maybe that's something that you may want to talk about in terms of the private sector role in this whole thrust towards digital entrepreneurship. Roxanne?
Yeah, so let me say that we have to look at this thing. There's no one solution. We have to look at it on a spectrum, right? We are at different, and the digital enterprise is in its infancy stage in Trinidad and Tobago, right? But there's some things, some areas, some sectors that are a couple steps ahead. And so when we're talking about, the involvement of the multi-stakeholder, we have to look at it on that spectrum. So I'll tell you, in our going forward, in our pivoting last year and starting up Shop Carib, which is this online shopping platform for Caribbean-made things, we had to do all sorts of quick steps. So Agwe is talking about, okay, do you have to use FAC? Do you, can we lean on WePay? Are the banks ready? The banks aren't ready. The banks aren't interested, right? I mean, and it was a pivotal moment for the world. So they were all caught up in a whole tailspin. I'll tell you, we spent probably the better half of 6 months back and forth with the bank until we had to find our own solutions, until we had to you know, take a piece from here, take a piece from there, and make it work. This spectrum that I'm talking about has, at all levels of it, there are government institutions that are well-meaning, but they just don't understand. Just as Archer was saying, they just don't understand what we're talking about now. There are organizations that are focused on, and their main role is to give grant funding, and they still don't understand it. So what I'm saying is, this spectrum we're talking about, we have to now, I feel, identify key stakeholders, key people in the ministries that we have to work with, that we have to kind of, I don't know if it's an activity that comes out of this agency, TTIGF, but find some key things that we want to hold on to. That payment gateway thing is a critical. If we are to do anything out here, accessing a payment gateway has to be made easier. We have a fantastic relationship with FAC, so we've been able to get through. And that leans on what I was saying about collaboration. If anybody needs that kind of support, working with FAC, I can help you there, right? The spectrum also has things like, okay, animation. Animation, as Camille has rightly said, you know, it's the better part of 19 years. Now, the normal person would say, but a 19-year-old is a grown-up. A 19-year-old is an adult. And you know what? No, it's still in its embryonic stage. It's still developing. We have studios who are doing well, but you still don't have enough of government saying, you know what? That's a pillar. We're going to focus on that. We're going to invest into that. The venture capital comment is valid. Many, many years ago, we had the Venture Capital Incentive Program, which was tasked with, you know, finding projects that you could invest properly into, and I note my comment, properly into, and get them to fly, get them to get to the next level. So that's another element on the spectrum. That funding critically has to be there. That grant funding, you know, are we going to look at a digital enterprise as just a normal business, just with the word digital in front? Because I'll tell you, many of the banks, they ask for the same things. They ask for financial statements for the last 3 years. They ask for profitability. They ask for, you know, directors. They ask for beneficiary. You know, you name it. They ask for it. But is it that we want digital enterprises to be slightly different? What do we want? You know, and I think if we are able to craft some sort of a key bullet points that we want to step out there to these key stakeholders and say, this is what we want to enable this digital environment. We're talking about digital entrepreneurship. Yes, you want people to be able to say, okay, you know, I've gotten this training, I have this kind of experience, I have this knowledge, I have this expertise, I want to do A, B, and C, right? But the hurdles are that they judge us just like they would judge a big conglomerate. They ask you for the same things. And so what do we want? You know, do we want to be assessed differently? You know, I'll tell you that this new economy that we're moving into here needs us to be fast. It needs us to be agile. It needs us to be, you know, on point with a lot of things, but we have to come back to some basic tenets. And I can see it, you know, some of the digital companies are small. They're small teams, very small teams. So when you need to have, you know, accounts worked out and strategic plans worked out and succession plans worked out, that may be, you know, challenging. So we maybe have to come back to some kind of cooperative operations. You know, Camille mentioned about that project that we did for Anime Carib Festival last year, where it was at least 8 different entities coming together for a purpose, right? Cooperating and providing and collaborating with our resources to one end. But I would love to see us come up with some sort of a plan, step by step, as to what we want, where we want government to help us, where we want government to fall in. On our shopping, we found that, yes, people are buying, but then we're met with duties and taxes. Products out of Trinidad and Tobago are met with duties and taxes in other countries. So it is, we're a digital enterprise, but we're still being, you know, we have the real hardcore business things to still deal with.
But I think that is one more concrete action that seems to be coming out of this discussion, some sort of cooperative platform, some sort of shared learning, shared experiences environment. And I think that maybe that's something that we could take note of as TT Mag and maybe those who are on this meeting and those who are watching. So over to Karen. Karen, and I'm trying to add more load to your to your response. A question also just came in. If you look at the chat, you'll see it's asking about intellectual property theft and what is the role of the entrepreneur and this, I guess, the stakeholders in something like that. So I know I threw on you the idea of venture capital and what's going on there, the role of the private sector. Now we have this question about what do we do about theft of intellectual property or theft of your business ideas in this space. Thoughts on that, Karen?
I'll try to keep it short so we can move on to the next. I know time is running low already. But one of the things that I would love to see the stakeholders do is, for me, I've had the pleasure of, I grew up in Canada. I lived there for 29 years. I've only been in Trinidad a couple of years. One of the things that the majority of my friends back in Canada look at me for is the fact that you can live in the Caribbean, work remotely, and cost of living is 10 times cheaper here. And it allows me to experiment in ways that I could never do in Toronto simply because cost of living is so much higher. I thought what Mia Motley did with Barbados in inviting remote workers to Barbados from countries like the US, I thought was brilliant. And I was waiting for the Caribbean chorus to start saying, hey, well, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to offer you a 1-year visa, companies because everybody's working remotely. And if you're here, even if you're sending money back to the States, you still have to spend a percentage of your money here because you're living here. So if we could open up that same lane and start inviting remote workers, because what you'd see online is there's a lot of discussions for where's the best place for digital entrepreneurs to base themselves. So like you'll hear Bali come up a lot. And why does Bali come up? Bali comes up because, again, cheaper cost of living. If all I need is my laptop and an internet connection, again, we are luckily to be in a place where it is so much cheaper to live in Trinidad than it is in most of these countries in the world. So I would love to see the government go down that route of starting to invite remote workers to come live here, rolling out the red carpet for digital entrepreneurs to come here, base themselves here. And that would automatically start to bring in some foreign exchange. And also, we would just be able to fraternize with people who are doing bigger and better things. Because, if I see Tracy sometimes in Starbucks, there's a lot of people I've met in Starbucks who that's just a common meeting ground. And just simply seeing somebody from the digital space and sitting down and having that chat, you don't know what opportunities can roll up. So if we're getting that kind of talent to come in and just be within the fabric of our community, that will just start to help us as well. Another thing I would love to see is the governments, even if we're not creating the technology, I would at least like to see the governments reaching out to, I'm just throwing this out there, but reach out to an Amazon, see what kind of company we can get to bring some sort of operations in the country, provide them a tax break, see if we can get them to employ local people, but you have to bring in somebody, bring in a company, bring in somebody who's doing something, get them here so that we can start to generate more foreign exchange for ourselves. And another thing I would really, really love to see is companies like an FAC, WePay, start to push the education, right? So they know exactly what it takes to get onboarded. The banks know what it takes to get onboarded, but none of the companies put forth any sort of education or back education to teach people the proper processes to not just get onboarded, but after we've given you a gateway, bring in experts to teach us what we can do. There's a lot of things we can do with FAC, WePay as is. But again, most of us who are now getting into digital entrepreneurship don't know. The banks, JM&B does a great job at, if you are having any issues receiving PayPal funds, they do their best to solve whatever the issue is you're having, but they don't speak about it. You will not see that they are one of the only banks that you could even use to connect with PayPal to receive that money, which I think is huge for anybody who wants to be a digital entrepreneur and wants to utilize some of the platforms online. With respects to intellectual property, there are lawyers here who specialize in intellectual property. You have people like Celise Haynes, Carla Paris, Akila, and I forget her last name, but there's a few lawyers that are out online constantly talking about intellectual property and protecting it. You can follow them online and start to reach out to them to ask basic questions, because again, that's one of the key things you're going to need to be able to protect yourself. I can't speak to it. However, I can point you in the direction of the experts who can guide you on it. So you can go ahead and follow Celise Haynes, Carla Paris. They do a great job of talking about protecting your intellectual property in the digital age. And yeah, I think we can move on.
Well, thank you, Karen. And I'd just like to quickly, I see Dev has his hand up, so I'm going to go to Dev in a moment, but just address that question about governments bringing in, what has been called anchor tenants in the past and whatever you want to call them now. As many of you on this discussion, Camille, Roxanne may be aware as well, those things have been, I guess they've been half measures. So we've seen, I'm personally aware of quite a few attempts being made by government to brought in Google and Facebook. They've been here, they've seen Tamina, for example, they've done the thing, but it needs to be taken beyond a technocrat level and taken up at a high political level, and that's obvious. I think Camille will be able to express that, and even in her field, they've brought in firms and larger companies to look at Trinidad and Tobago, and maybe there's been some success there. So we'll leave that to have Camille address when she comes in next. But Dev, go ahead and let me see what Devanan would have to say. Devanan?
Right. Hi, great panel discussion, Devanan here. A question from the YouTube chat from Zetmeister. His question is, do you think successful digital entrepreneurs could come together to form a banking entity that will provide their banking needs, but also a type of funding needed for other digital entrepreneurship? That's the question.
Did the panel get that? Is it clear? Is the question clear? And if so,
Yeah,
someone want to take it?
clear to me.
All right, Ajay, go ahead. Yes, look like you want to take it.
Answer to the question is speak to the central bank. But yeah, that would be nice. That would be lovely if we could do that. There's been a lot of theoretical conversations about models for that happening, but that needs to get approved by a guy in the central bank who probably needs to lose his job as soon as possible.
Is there anyone else who may want to address it? Karen, Camille, Roxanne, or you want to leave that alone for the moment? I think we're leaving it alone. And Camille, maybe that's I could move on to you. So I sort of kind of teed you up for a discussion on Tamina and what's been going on with the government and what they've been doing. I think you've been involved for some time with this whole trying to bring the animation sector to life, not just from the standpoint of people exporting their services, which I think is one of the points we're trying to raise here, but also growing the local industry by bringing perhaps well, again, that anchor tenant word to the table. What's the role of someone like UTT, Tamina, even the IDB and so on, and something like this? Any thoughts on that, Camille, based on your experiences?
Yes, and it could be really, really positive. This could be a success, but it means collaborating, and it also means having someone who is very sturdy to deal with what is another nice way to say politics, but to deal with the politics, because we can't talk about these things without talking about the politics. So it really is a different kind of approach, because you're dealing with different, so the Tamina experience was UTT, Ministry of Planning, IDB, and a few others. And the funding came through that format. The challenge happened, the challenge occurred when the bureaucracy came in, right?
Mm.
And then that bureaucracy turned into a web of crazy stuff, but we still got an outcome. And that outcome was the formulation of a outsourcing hub at the new Tamina campus. So, and I just want to share this with the audience because this is where we need to know that these sort of things are now being made available. And the model for it is not the typical model. And it's because we've battled through the bureaucracy to make sure that it's not the typical model. Roxanne mentioned about 20 years we're doing animation, and that's true. But it's been 17 years of struggle. I'm just being honest. 17 years of very little support. Only the last 3 years, we've started to get that kind of support to put it where it's supposed to be. So understand that it takes, if you look at the animation industry alone, it takes an average of 15 to 20 years of constant investment. And I'm talking on state level and otherwise to really flourish. We've only got that for the past 3 or 4 years. So we're now sort of moving. The Tamina Hub, through that support now, will encompass training, which comes under the UTT, investment, which comes under IDB, and stakeholder support, which comes from the ministries. And this will come from the different ministry because you would have, at that time, Tracy, it would have been Ministry of Planning, but you also have the Ministry of Trade that would have been there. The idea is that the space is a space that will have access to all of the hardware, software, technical needs, space, digital technology that could support ideas, but also allow our students to feed into a pipeline. So it's been going on for about 3-4 years, this planning stage. By the middle of this year, we should be ready to open. But what I'm saying to all who are here, and I am thoroughly enjoying the conversation going on in the non-panelists. their thoughts and their feedback is just like amazing. You know, we should copy this and keep that somewhere. But the idea is that it is a platform that will allow digital ideas to have a home. Right? And we need to make use of that because I think it's, from my knowledge, it is the first time ever in Trinidad and Tobago and in the Caribbean that we have a place that allows entrepreneurs, whether it's digital, whether it's in film, whether it's in research and development, to have that kind of access. So at the moment, we're working out that, that business model, but anyone out there would have access to students who have the skill sets to support your project. However, these things must be sustainable. So therefore, it's not a free thing because I do feel often because we give things away so free, it's not always valued. There must be some kind of investment from you to put that back in. So there's a lot more that's going to come out about this. But what I'm saying is that we've been able to pull all these different elements and create almost a new model that will allow some kind of movement. And everyone on this panel and even those in the audience, I think, as Roxanne said, if there could be a way where we really collaborate, that is a platform where these kind of things could manifest. And someone said it's a shame it's taken 20 years, but yes, it's taken 20 years to get here.
Well, thank you very much, Camille, for sharing that. And I think that it's important to understand what's been happening, especially with the animation sector, having myself been exposed to that in the very recent past. On that note, I just wanted to ask the panel, in the absence of any specific questions coming in directly from the audience, what areas of digital entrepreneurship do you think are potential centers of excellence are trying to be done? And let me explain what I mean by that. So in the education system, we talked about that before. We need to deal with that as a separate issue. That was in the previous panel. But should we be directing our efforts into particular areas where we can, earn foreign exchange in a very real way? So in the very recent past, again, we talked about software development as a broad brush. That's, to be totally frank with you, I think, based on my own experience, that ship has sailed. Many countries are on that boat already. So trying to be coming in and that as a software development hub is going to be a challenge. But are there specific areas that or niches that you think we can jump on board? We talked about animation. We know that's been looked at and has been invested in. And maybe we could discuss it a little further. But are there any specific areas that we can focus on as an entrepreneurship center of excellence, data science, cybersecurity, where we can sell our services and earn foreign exchange? As you know, that this is a digital space is primarily remote based. Do you think that's something that fintech? Do you think that's something that we should focus on? And what areas would you say, as an expert panelist, we should focus on? And let me see who is going to be the first to jump in on that question. Who would want to jump in? Let me see. It doesn't look like anybody's want to take that up.
I'll take it.
Oh,
I'll take it.
oh, great.
Okay, sorry.
Roxanne
Great. We'll
takes-
come back
yes.
to you, gentlemen. But I'll jump in and I'll talk about our shopping platform, and what we're seeing. So, of course, lots of research went into our decision to focus on a shopping platform. And then it was corroborated by something I read from the Digital Economy Report, right? And they're talking about the kind of numbers that since 2017, they're seeing billions and billions of people are looking at buying things online, right? And we all know it. We've all been there, done that. We love Amazon. But we're now seeing a growth where people are looking for things that are special. And so enter Etsy, right? So people are looking for things that are different and special, things that remind them of home. And that's where our research led us to creating Shop Kareeb. So the thinking is, how can it help? We're talking about, we've been able to provide an opportunity for hundreds of small entrepreneurs to have an opportunity to sell their products, right? For us, that's a major objective, and it's a major win because now you have people who were displaced as a result of the coronavirus, as a result of the pandemic, who normally would have a brick and mortar store, now have an opportunity to sell their product online. That's one. The other side of it is now, it means that people all over the world have access to products that are made in the Caribbean. And for me, that's a clear other win. When we do our review with our vendors, in terms of their sales to date, they talk about many of the responses talk about, I've never sold to anybody abroad. And that's for them is a fantastic moment. It is, wow, I was at a point where I could not do any business. This thing had crippled me. My shop at the cruise ship complex was closed. My shop at the mall, I had to close it down. And here, this digital platform has provided me with an opportunity to continue plying my trade. So for me, that is win-win. Yes, there are all sorts of things. Yes, our systems are broken to some extent. Yes, we don't have enough government support, but we have to do the things that we can. We have to jump out there and push the envelope on areas that we can. We're seeing mobile money. People are willing to use their credit card to make payments online. And that's a level of financial empowerment that people now have. So there are bits and things that are happening. Yes, there's still a segment of the society that is unbanked. And we've actually done very well working with WePay. I must say, I commend them for taking a step out at a time when, you know how things go in terms of a technology agency company stepping out there in the fintech area. So I say there are elements that we can work with. So we have to work with those elements. And we are, happy to be able to develop and grow and take step by step as we move forward.
Thank you, Roxanne. And yeah, I really think that we need to really very close look at exactly what our expertise and where we can really add value and ensure that we, you know, we don't just jump in at the masses and, you know, and contribute in small pieces. We should really be looking for spaces that we can really, you know, take the lead and whether it be marketplaces or whether it be offering digital skills and services. I think that's really important. And Ajay, I'm wondering if you had anything further to add to that, or any of the other panelists. You know, you tried to jump in when I was forcing everyone, but what would you like to say?
I think that yeah, our shopping app is great. Look it up. But I think that like we created UnQ. I mean, I have been running a studio that has been putting people online and helping them sell stuff online for like a good minute now, right? And something that we've always had a challenge with was the accessibility of our platform. So it was always that like, you can hire us, but you need like 50 grand to start talking to us. And then like, you know, and then prices kind of move up from there. And while those aren't like, you know, unreasonable rates or anything, it still leaves a huge part of our market out of the conversation when it comes to e-commerce. So we created the system that helps onboard people faster online for less money, right? And I think that that's great. Like, and things like that are nice. Like convenience is, you know, nice. I am not nearly as interested in the potential for digital entrepreneurship helping things like buying sushi, which is what my app, you know, you can order some sushi on UnQ, and that's great. Like, and I think that that's super like nice, especially now. But I think that when I think about the potential that digital entrepreneurship has, it's on things like, for example, agriculture or government infrastructure or fisheries, like things that we can help at a real scale. Because I think that when it comes down to technology, it's about scale. I help a lot of people sell stuff, and I'm happy that we help people sell stuff. I'm also happy that we help people buy stuff that they want to buy. But to be honest, if we were to, you know, get a contractor, for example, let's open up like internet on the web. Money on the web in Trinidad. That's a way more, in my opinion, valuable project. So when I think about the potential that digital entrepreneurship has, I think of the problems that we have at the largest scale, and we can solve it with those. So, for example, business registration. We only started doing that online a couple of years ago, and it's still a shit show, you know. And for example, an entrepreneur entering this space and saying, here's a solution that we white labeled that you guys can use. That would be amazing, you know. And like, I feel like those are the opportunities that we really have for entrepreneurship, because there's so much infrastructure that we have that is dependent on technology that can be improved. And like, if we think about like, I know that the conversation is about like Forex, but I am, as somebody who is capable of generating Forex, I think that the larger challenge is in being able to generate TT dollars in Trinidad for people in Trinidad, especially if we have this giant blocker that the banks have introduced to foreign exchange. But I think that when I think of the opportunities that digital entrepreneurship has, it's really around how can we make like life better and easier, but at the infrastructure level. So of course, there's the opportunities that, for example, UnQ would bring across. And I think that UnQ is a good example for, yes, we can use technology to solve problems at scale, but the type of problems that we could be solving, I think, could be a lot more ambitious. I think that we are just starting to scrape the surface of what we can do with technology and digital entrepreneurship, if what we're thinking about is helping people buy sushi. You know, like, I think that if we stay inside of because I think that when we think about digital entrepreneurship, we think about being the next Amazon or being the next anything that is selling something online, but there's so much else. And I think Karen brought it up as well, like there's a whole spectrum of work that you can be doing, a whole spectrum of work that needs to happen. And I think that the opportunity for me is there. Like every time I hear one of my friends tell me, hey, I just got a job working at this open source company and I'm contributing to technology, I'm like super happy to hear that, you know? Or when one of my friends tells me, hey, I got a job at the bank. It's a really unambitious job and I'm still writing PHP, but at least I have a chance to make a change. Those are the kinds of things that I think are important. I think that, I mean, and this is, I hope my engagement manager doesn't get mad at me for saying this, but things like UnQ are, in my opinion, a drop in the bucket relative to the kind of problems that we could be solving.
Yes, and I certainly think we want to, and I do want to challenge that statement you made about the foreign exchange problem, because one of the worst things to happen, and for all apologies to those who are doing this, but we don't want to move online buy and sell, you know, because that trading culture that has, you know, I don't want to get into that because that's a whole different discussion, but we don't want to just migrate that online, and that becomes our entrepreneurship. That'll be the worst thing to happen. Karen, yourself, Camille, Roxanne, all raised the issue about trying to get online and get earnings, whether it be local or foreign exchange, in other ways, whether it be through services or selling local products, as Roxanne's trying to promote, or local/Caribbean. And I think I want to get to that concrete point. What exactly are the areas that you think that we as a country can excel in? And I'm going to say this because I'm using the carnival thing that's happening now, and I guess that's a chaotic and maybe a bit of a fiasco that's going on now. We had an opportunity to do something with this. It was known quite a while in advance, and it appears, from all intents and purposes, that we haven't really, whether it be from the private sector or from the government standpoint, used the opportunity to do something very real with what was happening in terms of, I hate the word virtual carnival, but a virtual carnival or virtual creative showcase that can be earning foreign exchange through some method. I don't know. I'm aware of people who are trying to do something. It's too late now, or maybe too late now. What are your thoughts on these sort of areas, even oil and gas? We have a specialty in oil and gas. How can we sell those services outside of Trinidad and Tobago? What are the areas that we should focus on as entrepreneurs going forward? Karen, I see you have your mic off. Camille as well. Let's Karen, you went first, so then Camille after. Thanks.
All right, no problem. So I am a huge advocate for, keeping things simple. I love what Ajay said, that even though they built on Q, he knows that it's a drop in the bucket, and we don't just want to just migrate the buy and sell experience online, right? Where we really need to focus on, and what I would like to see, is for us to start exporting culture and start exporting our skill sets. So simple things like being able to have somebody who knows how to cook Caribbean food become digitally savvy to start saying to themselves, well, let me create my ebook. Let me go sell that online. Let me create a cooking school and use one of the many learning management system platforms like Teachable, Thinkific, Kajabi, and build an online school and earn foreign exchange. If you start thinking about mass from the perspective of, not just bringing people in to come and wine and jam at a fete, but now you have an online school teaching people how to create their own mask costumes. Like, that's a huge way to start earning foreign exchange and expanding the culture. One of the biggest challenges that I've seen this year was the majority of people doing virtual fetes are not digitally savvy. Like, we're not doing virtual events. All we're doing is streaming live concerts that has happened since the dawn of time. That has never changed. That just calling it virtual hasn't changed what has already been happening. When I think of virtual, the first thing that comes to my mind is you were shipping me a package with virtual goggles and some remote sensors, and I'm now interacting in my own room in a virtual world. We're not doing that, right? So we need people to start becoming more digitally savvy. And there was a fete that happened a couple days ago. And basically, I have somebody who is in Europe right now, and they had approached him to sell to the European market. But here was the challenge, and this is why I'm saying that we need people to start becoming more digitally savvy. They wanted him to sell to the European audience, but they wanted him, in order for them to track commissions, they wanted him to take note of everybody's email that he was sending to the platform to purchase tickets. So my friend reached out to me and asked me, he's like, there has to be a better way than doing this, because, I cannot write down 1,000 emails to track commission. And I'm like, well, the easiest thing is affiliate marketing. I'm like, they have a website, they're selling online. Why don't they have an affiliate dashboard and giving you a link where every time that someone clicks on your link, the commission is tracked? And again, when we went back to have the conversation with the promoters, they've never heard of affiliate marketing. So we have people that want to do things virtually, but until we become more digitally savvy and until people start to just learn some of the basics of, doing online business, it's like we want to move forward, but we can't move forward because, well, we just don't have the skill set. And it's not that we can't attain it. We just need people, willing to step out and willing to learn, because a lot of these problems that we're having are already solved, right? Affiliate marketing isn't new. That's already solved. We can earn foreign exchange, but it's just now people to start thinking digital first. And if you are thinking digital first, if you are as big as Tribe or Rogue, there should be an online mass school where you should be enrolling thousands of people every single year to learn how to create Tribe costumes, right? And that would probably earn just as much, maybe even more money than you bring in a limited amount of people into the country for Carnival. And the only way you can scale is by increasing the prices, right? Digital allows for scale at large. And if we can start thinking digital first, well, the possibilities are endless. Whatever physical product you are trying to create, think about how you could turn it into a digital product first. And a lot of the times going digital is a whole lot cheaper. The logistics is even better because now we're not actually physically shipping out a physical product. People can download it through a wide variety of ways. But again, it's just now adopting the digital mindset first. And in order to get that digital mindset first, we need people who have found successes, be willing to share their knowledge. Each one teach one, have a blog, put out that kind of content, just enlighten people to show people what is exactly possible, even within the confines of our system. Might not be the best, but there's still so much that we can do.
Yeah, well, brilliant, Karen. I think you've hit the nail on the head. Those are my thoughts on this virtual carnival thing. And I've been trying to convince people that it's not about the experience per se. It's about exactly what I said, creating a sustainable product that can actually have been developed even before February 14 and 15, whatever the days are that they're trying to promote as the virtual carnival day. Camille, over to you. But before I hand over to you, we have 12 minutes left.
Okay.
So I would like to ask you to expound on your point, but we're going to do a wrap up at the same time. So maybe you're the first one to wrap up. So
good.
Respond, and then you can begin the wrap up, and everybody else will have a few minutes to do
the good thing is that Karen said everything that I wanted to say, but probably nicer, right? So I'll just add to what he said. What we do is we sell our experience whenever we go to international like Kids Screen to sell not just animation. We sell it in Trinidad as a digital destiny. You could come here and, experience that. And we sell it as an experience. Whenever we go to these shows, we carry a hashtag with us. I think we underestimate the power of a hashtag, and we constantly use it. We use hashtag outsourcing sunshine, hashtag outsourcing sunshine, hashtag animate in the Caribbean. We walk with that wherever we go. So we sell the hub experience that if we are to bring, investors here, not only would you come to the hub to experience that technical thing, but you will experience Trinidad as a destination. So that too is what we do. I want to give a quick experience at Anime Carib to kind of talk about what Karen talked about, which was superb. It hit the nail on the head. What we need to understand, and what the carnival people need to understand, that they are not experts in the digital media space. They are experts in carnival. So therefore, work with the people who are experts in the digital media. Just because you know of a software doesn't mean that this is what you should do. For Anime Carib last year, when we pulled our resources, again, young minds, my mind is old. I could only work with young minds. And those young minds came together and they said, all right, let's look into AltSpace. AltSpace is in beta state, but we said, let's dive into it. We designed a three-dimensional space that looked like we were in the Caribbean. And we knew, because we did some tests before, that the older generation, 35 and up, would not really know how to jump in there. So with the people who we wanted to be there, we had some of our students literally take them in the three-dimensional space, into the virtual reality space, because you have the 35s and up that don't want to know, probably if not a bit older, maybe about 40 and up. They don't want to know, they don't want to wear this headset, but sometimes you need to take them there. So it was a whole process. Carnival should not be what we're aiming for 2021. What we should be aiming for is 2022 Carnival right now, because it is too late for Carnival 2021 to be a success if you're using digital media, if you're using virtual reality, if you're using that kind of thing. So to wrap up, all I'd say is that we have a bunch of wonderful people here. I am totally distracted by the conversation going on on the side. So I hope that we could, you know, really pull our resources together and make some differences moving forward.
I mean, maybe I could just ask, as you're wrapping up, to give one concrete action you would want to suggest, and that for everyone else, I think that's how we could deal with it.
I think we need to put some concrete ideas down on people, like literally put it down. This is what we're going to do. I would suggest the hub that we're working on in Tamina needs stakeholders like everybody here in the audience. So if that could be, and I'm being selfish here, if we could utilize the hub in that way to support the digital economy and digital entrepreneurs, we are a platform for that.
Do you think co-working would be something that could happen in Tamina?
It is part of the plan, a co-working
Excellent.
space.
Excellent. All right, so let's reverse the order again. Well, half reverse. Roxanne, final thoughts on one concrete action we could take going forward.
Final thoughts. I think that we are on a trajectory. You know, it's a developmental, everything takes time, Everything takes time. You know, with the animation example, it took us, yes, 20 years before people start to, 15 years before they start to actually put animation in a call for proposals. You know, we're looking for visual arts, but we want animation, we want gaming, we want whatever. So everything takes time. That said, we are at a point now, we're still new at the point. This digital enterprise, this digital economy, we're still new at it. That the virtual events, the virtual fests, the virtual parties, we're still new at it. And, you know, if last year taught us nothing, it is, we have to be kinder to ourselves and the expectations that we have sometimes. Yes, you know, we want things to be moving at a pace. We want government institutions to understand where we're going, and we get frustrated. Yes, of course. So that helps us to, you know, when we detail what we want, it helps us to push these agencies forward. I think that's critical, but we have to remember we're still in a very young state, right? You know, I was involved in one of the virtual fests, and I'll tell you, you're right, just getting everyone on board with what we're doing, how we're doing it, when we're doing it, how it will roll out, what the order will be. That is still, you're still convincing people, and you're still not sure what that is supposed to look like. So as we go, as we grow, I say, let's keep pushing forward. Let's make this a start at collaborating, at, you know, again, conversations, calling on people and saying, hey, what are you thinking about this? Can you help me with this? Do you know somebody? Can you, guide me somewhere? So that we can, in this, as this digital economy unfolds, we have the resources. You know, just on this panel, just from the people who are making comments in the group chat, we have resources available to us. We have the knowledge and the expertise right here that we can kind of pull together and make these things actionable. A comment, you know, a long time ago, somebody told me, you know, you're too action oriented. And yes, you know, you have to be action oriented at this point. You have to kind of move, push forward, get to the next level, do the things that you can. Yes, there are some great, big, game-changing, world-changing ideas out there, but we have to, but if you can't achieve those, you do the little things. You color away. You're able to make some change, help lives, help, things as you go. So, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you very much, Roxanne, for that. And maybe I could ask those in the chat as well to document. The transcript is in fact able to be taken off, so that'd be good. So I'm hoping that we can use the interactivity of the chat to have people put their concrete action ideas, and we can take that forward and perhaps put something together and share it with everyone who came today. Ajay, I won't give you the last word because you may you may take it to a different level, but the second to last word. final
Wow,
thoughts
now I
and
kind of feel like I
concrete
definitely need to
action.
take it to another level because you kind of pushed me there. But I'm gonna leave it. I do think, like, I spoke a lot about government involvement and it's important, but I also think that on the other side of the spectrum, something that we didn't really talk about is the private sector / entrepreneur / VC relationship. And I think that we are really lucky. I was able to bootstrap NQ myself, but I mean, an investment bank now owns a quarter of NQ because we can't do that the rest of that this year, right? And I think that the only reason they are on board with us is because they know us, we have a relationship. But I think that generally speaking, there's a lot of difficulty in that kind of access in terms of this is a good idea, let's put something behind it. And I think that a lot of that comes with knowledge, ability, and understanding. And Camille made a really good point about talking to the experts. And I think that we've had a really skewed idea of who the experts are in Trinidad for a considerable period of time, because the experts have been traditionally people who've had the same job for 10 years, but that isn't actually expertise, that's just experience. And I think that the reality is that we need to reframe who knows what they're talking about when we're talking about digital entrepreneurship. It shouldn't be the person who has a good job somewhere. It really should probably be the person who's likely failed 3 startups. That's who I would look for to probably lead the conversation. Somebody who's done a bunch of startups and had all of them just die because of one reason or the other, because they probably know really well what not to do next time. But I just think that we're not looking in the right places for the answers that we need fundamentally. And I think that until we start doing that, we'll be in trouble. Yes, government, all of that, but fundamentally, even those people in government need to ask, who is actually the person to talk to about this? Is it my friend's nephew or is it a Google search? And relatively speaking, we typically pick the friend's nephew when we should be doing the Google search.
That was pretty tame. I thought you were going to really amp it up with something, but no, okay, fair enough. So Karen, you have to amp it up now. Last word, concrete actions and last thoughts.
So what I want is for people to hold themselves accountable, because the reality is that the government is not going to save you. Nobody is coming to save you. Even within the confines of our system right now, you can go online, learn a skill. We have the tools to get paid, and you don't ever have to step foot in an office again and still make more than the majority of the highest income earners here in Trinidad and Tobago. You have to be the one to want that for yourself, though. We have everything we need to become self-reliant and not have to rely on the government to give us jobs or to provide jobs. We can do that for ourselves. So I want people to start getting okay with using Google. And Ajayi just took the words out of my mouth, because again, a lot of the experts we assume are experts because of the positions they've had are not the people that should be leading the charge. They're also not the people you should be going to ask questions. Start with that Google search, because again, a lot of the information that we need is there. We just need to look for it. Next, I want people to build their skill set. If you can build your skill set, Google high income skills, build your skill set and start to build your portfolio. You can now tap into the global network of clientele. You are no longer limited to clients in Trinidad. You're not limited to clients in the Caribbean. You can easily build a website. You can easily do copywriting. You can easily be a VA for somebody in Japan, in India, in the US, all at the same time, and start to make money from all different aspects of the world. You can do that. And I just want people to be okay with saying to themselves, you know what, I might not be too digitally savvy, but I'm willing to learn. I'm willing to try, even if it's, something small. Just start, because we have the tools. We just need more people to hold themselves accountable and say, you know what, nobody is coming to save me. So let me step up and let me see what I can do on my own, build my brand, build my name, put myself out there and start to earn. You can do that.
Just wait, Karen, that's it. Just waiting to see if there's any more. Okay, excellent. So I think we've had an excellent panel today with some concrete suggestions. I see some coming in the chat. Let's all not leave this as another talk shop and another one of those conferences we've been to and had a chat and then move on with our own lives and not get back together at some point and compare notes where we are. I really think it's a good opportunity for us to work together as a community, as a country, to push this agenda forward. I'd like to thank Camille, Roxanne, Karen, Ajay, and all the people who have joined us today in kind of moving this agenda forward. I really believe this is the way out of our economic crisis that we are going to be facing in this year. I don't know if you heard, but GE just announced that they're going to be moving their vehicles to electric in 2035. Oil and gas is dead. Oil and gas is dead. Every time the government sees the oil price goes up, I know that from very close experience, that things just change in the direction they were heading. They were going digital in one time, and then the oil price went back up, and then they switched again back to oil and gas, and left digital in the gutter. They're back on digital again. Let's see what happens going forward. It's dead. It's a dead industry. It's dying. Let's say it's dying. So we need to look at the next way forward. Green economy, blue economy, but certainly digital economy. There are ways that we can take this forward. As Karen and all of everybody has said today, it's the barriers to entry are extremely low, extremely low. It just takes a little bit of effort to go and do some research, skill up, understand where your niche is, where your skills are. As I told people in the past, if you can do something, go on YouTube and experiment, showcase what you can do. You can cook, you can make a kite. I don't know, whatever it is you can do. Begin building your brand, as Karen just said. Begin building your portfolio. You never know what's going to happen. There's a guy on Udemy. I don't know, maybe I shouldn't call his name. His first name is Emil, who has been making a killing by doing a very niche area of training. He has 40,000, I think, students. And if you know Udemy's pricing, you can kind of make an extrapolation as to how much money is made on Udemy. There are many ways you can do this. So do not see this as being your, I saw somebody said baby steps and so on. Yes, there are baby steps, but the baby steps can be significant baby steps. You can take longer baby steps than crawling or short steps. Let's go forward together and let's turn the economy around. And I'm not being, I don't want to exaggerate here, simply by doing this. I think it's really important. We all have the opportunity, we all have the ability. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 entrepreneurs at least who have done it already, and then I'm sure many more in the chat who are doing it or have done it already. Let's take in front and move forward together. Thank you very much for coming together today and for contributing and for participating. And I would I'll use the opportunity now to move on to the open forum. For those who are in the panel wish to stay on, I think we can continue a discussion like this if we wish. I'd also like to invite my directors, the TTMAC directors to join us in the open forum as we field questions and comments from the wider group now. I think the floor is open. So open forum time, I know it's 12:45 during lunch, but let's see if we can find some common ground, some thought processes in the open forum. So I'll ask my colleagues from TTMAC to join as we take questions and comments in our open forum going forward. So to do this, I would suggest you raise your hand and one of us will call upon you to jump in and make your comment and make your intervention and probably respond if there are questions. So with that, open forum has begun. But don't all jump in at once though.
I do have a question, like kind of for everybody, not as much for my co-panelists. But like I think that there's a lot of conversation that's happening inside of the chat around like what everybody thinks like the answer to the big problem is, right? And I think that like there's a lot of like joining around like agreed points, like government needs to overhaul their shit. We need a better payment gateway. Like there's a bunch of those things, right? But like, what do you guys feel is a good like way to get that like moving? I suppose at the infrastructure level, like we can't firebomb the Red House. So like where on the scale of like action do you think is the necessary way forward with this type of thing? That's I think that's the most important question, I think, because I think that I can have good ideas, and Karan and Camille and Roxanne and all of them can have good ideas. All of us can have good ideas as well. But I'm really concerned about this conversation moving from, or I'm interested in this conversation moving from us basically in chorus agreeing with each other over and over, and moving towards us kind of like talking to whoever needs to be spoken to, because I feel like a lot of the answers that would have been suggested by the other people on this panel, for example, were all exceptionally good things. It's not new, but it's all exceptionally good things. And I think that we're at a place now where we have a huger case for digital moving forward than we did, for example, in 2019. But I guess I kind of want to know what you guys think we should do, because, you know, we can't firebomb them, like I said, but we have to figure something out.
Yeah, I think we're all in violent agreement about getting things forward. Anybody wants to take that up in terms of response? And I think one of the ways, I think we just created an approach that we can take concrete action. Let's document this somehow and move it forward, whether it be pushing it through the TTMAG, through the government as an advisory body, certainly moving it forward to our other stakeholders, the chambers of commerce and so on. That's one way of taking it forward. But I would leave my other colleagues in TTMAG to respond to how we can take this forward. And again, please feel free to jump in. I think I saw Deirdre's hand up. I don't know where it's gone, but colleagues in TTMAG, let's see if we can respond to this. Please go ahead. It's all my colleagues in TTMAG are watching each other, it seems, virtually. Deirdre has a hand up, so without having, there's no there. So let Deirdre. Deirdre, can you go ahead? I think you can unmute yourself and proceed.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you can, Deirdre.
Okay, because I'm using the laptop microphone. I'm always concerned about the way we forget so easily the level of dependency on electricity and internet connections and our vulnerability because of where we live. And I wondered if anyone had anything to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Deirdre. So we have a comment on the prioritization of digital over something as basic as or as fundamental. Deirdre is actually from St. Lucia, for those who don't know who Deirdre is. So we have international and regional participation. Anybody wants to take a stab at that intervention from Deirdre, who she's made this several times before, and I think it's always been a perplexing question about in countries that are challenged with outages. In Tobago, for example, there was an island-wide outage just, I think, 2 days ago. The internet dies in that scenario. How do we deal with basic infrastructure issues that, from the government standpoint, I know they always say, well, we have to take care of the roads and the water and the lights first before we take on digital. That's what some people tell you. I would respond and say it's a parallel thing, so it's not necessarily one over the other. But anybody wants to take a stab at responding to Deirdre's concern as well as Jay's observations earlier? And again,
yeah, I'd
yes.
like to take a try there.
Go ahead,
Actually,
yes.
I'll share some of our experiences with what we have been doing since the COVID-19 pandemic in terms of the education system. One of the things that I noticed that was happening in that some of the rush to give out devices, many of the considerations probably would have been set by technical people and not necessarily education people, because what we saw is that there were a lot of devices that met minimum internet connection requirements, but it did not meet in any way optimized education requirements. And so why I'm saying that is that many of the devices were dependent on Wi-Fi connections, right? But what really and truly we needed was devices, especially for remote areas, with that mobile connectivity as well, with the SIM cards and so forth. So what I did, I designed something for that. And when we went out and through the many corporate sponsors that sponsored the device that I could say kind of put together, invented, inverted commas, we went out to the rural areas. The principals made it quite clear as well that these were realities, that some of the parents and students didn't even have electricity. So it is a reality even here in Trinidad in some of the areas that we went. And to get over that, for the education purposes, what they did, the schools open up their resources for those people who lacked that type of basic necessities, and they came into the school. But the point is, it is definitely something for us in the Caribbean that we have to look at when we look at leveling the playing field and making that option available to all. We definitely have to keep those things in mind and not just give out technology, but of course, things that are actually practical to use. Thank you.
All right, I'm just waiting for my colleague TT Mark folks to jump in, and I'm still seeing everybody watching each other virtually. So,
all right, this is Steve Anand here. So
yes, thanks, Dev.
I'll try to answer that. I mean, it's a tough, data is a tough issue. I mean, having to work at schools. I mean, I'm an engineer, so I had to we had to work on schools where they didn't even have a water infrastructure. So there's no sewage even, and all these things. So you have to build treatment systems and all this type of stuff. So it's a real challenge. I mean, you're looking at things like energy efficiency, which is now coming into play, which reduces the electrical requirements, LED lighting, those types of things, new equipment, and so forth. But I think one of the challenges also in terms of internet connectivity, and which frustrates me to some extent, is that there's so many areas of Trinidad and Tobago and that don't have internet access, and it's a frustration to get internet access. And I just sometimes wish that when government does infrastructure, they treat bandwidth as an infrastructure issue, and just build it alongside with when so that, for example, when when you're building the roads, build the ducting one time to pull in those fiber optic cables and so forth, so that in the future it'll be easier to do, rather than do one thing first, then wait, then somebody else comes in, then somebody else digs over, breaks the road and digs up again, and so on and so on. So a better coordination, and yeah, and obviously what was the not better intelligence, but better awareness of where our gaps in infrastructure lie, so that we can then say, okay, and then presumably the government can then coordinate, okay, let's take this area, that type of thing.
Yeah, Dev, and I think that's an important point you raised, and just segueing with what Deirdre had raised about the infrastructure, such as electricity and water, whatever else.
I didn't say water.
The challenge, no, I'm saying water because Trinidad and Tobago has a water problem. So I'm talking about the large infrastructural issues that are prioritized over digital, to be honest. So there's from a government standpoint, there's always this prioritization level in terms of using universal service to bring connectivity to underserved area. Sometimes you go to the area and the area doesn't want internet because they don't have water, or they don't have lights, or they don't have basic services, things like that. What does bug me is, and I agree with Dev, is that when you deal with underserved areas, it appears that from the standpoint of the agencies who are responsible for providing these services, there's a perception that the area already has this infrastructure, which is kind of weird. So whether it be internet connectivity, you talk to the ISPs, they seem to be shocked when you point out to them that they don't have access in this particular area. But they do, because X, Y, and Z, we have mobile, or we have some other type of service that is getting there. But you can see by going into the pockets, and the pockets have people live there. There's no access. And it stretches across all infrastructure, even down to roads. It's a pervasive issue within, I think, the infrastructure providers, that there seems to be this perception of once you reach a certain point, whether it be the town, the closest town, the closest main population hub, that's it, we're done. And all the elements of electricity, water, roads, internet get sort of pushed to the background, government services, as an example. And that's something we need to fix. I don't know if it's a Caribbean problem or if it's a global problem. I do know it's a problem in Pacific Islands because that came up several times. It may be a problem in Africa, even highly exacerbated there, for example, because of the nature of what the African continent is. But these are real pervasive problems that I think are difficult to deal with because the perceptions of the individuals, we talked earlier about those who are in positions who are experienced, but not necessarily have the expertise, and that's the same thing here, to fix these issues. We need to take this is one of those talk shop things, we put something in place, but we need to really take a close look at what's going on at infrastructure level to address the electricity problem, to address the issues that other that underserved communities face, connectivity-wise, water, roads, services-wise, and really get to deal with that, because if we don't deal with it, we're going to leave many people behind, whether we leave them behind just in terms of basic infrastructure and or the internet. And I think that's highly, that's something we need to deal with without, but now, we can't put that aside. So that's my take. Anybody else would like to join in on this or raise another observation on the open forum? Deirdre, I know I brought water and other things in, but you see my point. I'm trying to raise the broader issue, why electricity is problematic for many people in the region.
I see your point exactly. And I hope people noticed this is a problem in the United States, in Europe, in all the countries that think they're big and bad and superior to us. They have these problems too, and they forget about them.
Exactly, yes, and the forgotten population is really problematic. Nicole Hendrickson has a hand up. Nicole, you wanted to have an intervention?
Yeah, I just was wondering if we then could have had synergies with other industries, so like the natural resource, so like maybe solar energy. I know we said water was a problem, but we could also synergize with other industries to solve some of these problems.
That's a good point. I don't know if Sanjay is online, but Sanjay, for example, has been very in the forefront promoting alternative energy, renewable energy thinking. Sanjay, are you there? If you're there, maybe you can jump in. If not, anybody else wants to jump in on that discussion on what can we do to really synergize with other initiatives that are happening in the green and blue economy, for example, because at the end of the day, these alternative ways of doing things are really important for us as a country and trying to be on as a region, and as Deirdre says, as the globe, to turn things around into where we are and to where we need to be. So I don't think Sanjay is maybe here. So anybody else wants to jump in and respond to that, Nicole's point?
Ajmal, I could take
Yes.
a shot of that.
Go ahead.
Right. Yeah, so I was just thinking, if it's just a case of getting internet access or Wi-Fi at these locations that don't have electricity, then solar would be the most competitive or the obvious choice. Wi-Fi devices normally take extremely low power, so you won't need to invest a huge amount in a solar panel. And also considering schools are going to be open during the day, so you don't really need to invest in a large amount of battery banks either to store the electricity. So, and this is a common, either a problem or a solution. There's Wi-Fi devices out there, complete solutions that have a solar panel built in with as part of the solution, and those can be deployed.
Anyone else? Thanks, Ash. Anyone else wants to jump in on this issue? Because I don't know if people are aware, but BP which is one of our major energy service providers in Trinidad and Tobago, multinational, you may be aware they have also pivoted globally, but their pivot has already begun in Trinidad and Tobago, not only in terms of their resource reallocation, and let's use that word for the time being instead of the more terrifying word, but they've actually started 2 projects. They've won 2 projects to build solar parks in Trinidad and Tobago, and so they have begun that pivot. It appears that Trinidad and Tobago seems to be showing interest in alternative or renewable energy sources, which hopefully will lead to solving some of those problems that we face in terms of our electrification initiatives, or our simply replacing stuff on the grid and making life a little easier for those people who are living in the outskirts. Anybody wants to jump in on what are the potential roles for this green economy in moving this forward? Yes, I'm seeing no one else wanting to jump in. So maybe Nicole, I don't know if that would have addressed some of your concerns, but from the open forum standpoint, I'm really hope that people who are, you're typing in the chat, but maybe you want to jump in and say something, feel free. This is the open forum. There's no panelists here. So we'll have dead air if we are not getting people to jump in and make the observations or points. Anyone else would like to jump in and make an observation or make a comment? Maybe my fellow TTMAP members can probably fill the dead air space. Yes, Dev, go ahead.
All right, I'll try since, but I mean, obviously what Asma was saying, and you're saying now, I mean, it's unfortunate that we had to be in a situation where oil and gas is no longer going to be the key foreign exchange in the coming years, and we have to now pivot at this late hour. But I guess better late than never. So indeed, I think with solar, and you're looking at renewable energies in terms of, as I say, some of the questions someone in the chat is saying about batteries and so forth. That could really revolutionize, and especially in those areas where infrastructure has not yet been built out. It can only help. So, it's just still early days yet.
So on that question of the green economy and how ICT can play a role, or the digital economy's intersection with the green economy, I have a few points I wanted to raise and see if people may want to address it. So in our first IGF 5 years ago, the question of e-waste came up. What's happening now is over the last 12 months, we are seeing a greater move towards 1, device usage, 2, data center growth, which obviously consumes power and consumes energy. Is there a role for the digital economy to take a look at what's going on with this increased use of tech, and what are the potential impacts of that? And I know that maybe TTCS, who is a TTMAC member, may want to jump in and talk about their refurbishment project. But one of the things I have found is that when this whole device issue came up in Trinidad and Tobago, and I don't know if it's the same in the region, when we talk about giving devices to students and others who are, who need to communicate and connect while we are all remote learning and remote working, it appeared that there was a huge rush for new devices, and getting tablets and cheap new devices. The concern I have with that thinking, obviously, is that what's going to happen when those devices reach end of life. We have a whole new cadre of people who are using devices, and as you know, tablets are not easily refurbished. What's going to happen with that wave of millions of devices that came online in the last 12 months? What's going to happen with that in our countries in the region? What are we going to do about it? Maybe I could hand to Dev, who I'm just going to throw Dev because only he and I are speaking now. So maybe to respond in terms of refurbishment, but please do jump in with your thoughts on this issue of the intersection between the digital economy and the green economy. Dev?
It's a serious issue because, and you're right, I'm just shuddering to think what's going to happen in the next 2 years, 3 years when the devices conk out, screen breaks, oh, it's no longer working. Toss into the garbage bin and buy a new device. And to me, it's not. It's I think we have to really work, and I think we have to really work to get it involved with the Caribbean side of things. I don't think one country alone is going to help it. We need to pool our resources together to really be able to figure out a way of how do we deal with this e-waste issue in terms of breaking it down to components and so forth. And in terms of like for older computers, the bigger desktop computers, laptops, the Computer Society has been doing a refurbishment project. And we've done about 250 computers that would have normally been either sitting idle or just tossed away, are not being used at all. And for minimal cost, I would say minimal cost, literally about 40 US per device spent in terms of upgrading it to work with the latest operating systems and so forth. So to me, refurbishment is probably a very useful thing, and I'm surprised it didn't really happen in a big way when when COVID hit and there was a scramble for devices and so forth. There wasn't really a more sustained effort in trying to refurbish it, other than until we started doing our own thing there. So so yeah, that's one. So those are the two things. I'll stop and see if anybody else has any other comments.
I'm gonna throw the other Dev on the spot here, Dev G, as a educator in a large. For those who don't know, Dev G is an educator in a very large, prestigious school in Trinidad and Tobago. Do you have any thoughts on this issue of whether refurbished devices should play a role as opposed to getting new devices and promoting this, this take up of digital education? Because there seems to be a view that there's sort of a hierarchy. So a new device is better than a refurbished device, or whatever the thinking is. So even when you approach the private sector, there was this hesitance. Even colleagues who I was promoting this refurbishment project to, they prefer to get a tablet. They say, well, a tablet's easier, or a tablet's better. Your thoughts on that? And I think I saw Shiva also, yes, wanted to jump in. So Dev G, maybe a quick response from you, and then Shiva can jump in. Dev G, you're mute. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Yes. Thanks very much again, and good afternoon again, everyone. Yeah, it is a very, very interesting question. And I think it's two questions you asked there. First, in terms of e-waste, there should be, or there should be a way later on for us to reuse. Now, the thing about it is that, while it may not be our primary device, okay, I had mentioned in the earlier presentation that, if the camera is working, then maybe we could still use it. We could repurpose the device, and meaning that we could use it for, probably use it as a security system in your own home. Add it, because you'll have Wi-Fi, just simply add another camera to a room or your front door, whatever it is. So repurposing the device is one of the options, rather than tossing it in the bin. And like my brother in Titimag, the other Dev, at the institution at AMAT, we actually have a program where we have actually went, I think we probably refurbished about the same number of computers as the DCS. And I remember looking at the operation, and one particular day that we restored about 40 computers. We asked the students to bring them in, and we restored them, and we gave them out to homes and stuff like that. So yes, there is an option of, like I said, restoring the device and whatnot. But then again, and I think you alluded to it earlier on, there was a mad rush to buy devices. And there was a certain device that was being purchased, and I saw a particular color box. And I asked myself whether these devices were really fit for purpose. Because of the fact that, number one, unless you do not go in there and have some tech knowledge and use the Apple system, jailbreak the system, you ain't going to get your apps running, So some of those devices, actually, we may not have to wait 2-3 years for them to become obsolete. They might, by their inherent design, have made themselves obsolete. So, one of the things that we have to look at is finding ways of repurposing some of these devices. It may not be able to do everything that you wanted to do at a given point in time, but you will find applications to run these devices. Take it away there, Pandit.
Thank you very much. Right. So I don't know if Devanan would remember 20 years ago when we started that computers in school project, right? When we had the millennium bug and a lot of companies were getting rid of their servers and their machines. What we did through the University of the West Indies, we took some of those things and we refurbished them for use in the primary school. In the primary school, we did a lab there with the servers and so on. And so that refurbishment, I know the Trinidad and Tobago Computer Society has always been involved in doing such projects. And I took it a little further 10 years ago. I don't know if Mr. Sami Vijay is still here, but he remembered that a panel from the government came to see a project that I did where I took thin client technology. So what the main use of that, I was looking at reducing the cost for a school in terms of maintenance, because these technologies had no moving parts and it had no, and they could be upgraded very easily when you just upgrade the server instead of every machine for each child. And also it minimized the amount of electricity that was needed. So that model was actually took and the design was rolled out to many schools in Trinidad and Tobago. However, that is more than 10 years now, and none of those have been commissioned. None of those labs have been commissioned in the schools as yet, right, from that model that I designed back then. And in terms of now with COVID-19, one of the first reactions that we had, I wouldn't call any names, but a very large hotel dumped off their old machines on some organizations and ICT experts. My company happened to be one of them that received some of these old machines because they did a complete overhaul of their technology at the hotel. And one of the immediate things I did is that we refurbished those machines and we gave it out, there's some schools that and children that didn't have anything. And so the process continues. So the whole idea of repurposing and reusing, we as the small people, we're trying to do as much as we can, and we hope that we can influence others to do likewise, because we had a lot of corporate people as well that had laptops that they weren't using, and they also gave us some refurbished those and we handed out. And Dev, who mentioned we wouldn't call it color, right, Dev? The bright color box that you see being shared out all over the place. And yes, you have to hack those systems to actually even make them usable in terms of getting the apps and so on that the children need to use. That's what I mentioned before, that maybe it's technical people advising and not educational people advising in terms of the requirements needed for these devices, right? And these really, and I know of many cases where those devices are being returned because they are not functioning, or their space is full up too fast, or the connectivity is an issue. Many issues with those cheaper devices that many people would have run to in terms of supplying. Yeah, so I think we could continue the conversation.
Yeah, I certainly see the conversation heading towards this right to repair and so on. Karen, I know you wanted to say something, but Deirdre had a hand up first, so perhaps Deirdre, you could jump in, and then Karen afterwards. Thanks for jumping in as well. Deirdre, you're still there?
Yes, I'm still here.
Yeah.
At the moment, slimness seems to be all. in devices. Because slimness is all, you cannot replace the battery. That was brought to my attention sometime during this month. I took one of my things in to see if they had a new battery for it. Now, if it's something that you need to move around with, it's no use if the battery no longer takes a charge and you cannot replace the battery. I have my dear faithful BlackBerry, which still works like a charm, which has its batteries will recharge. I can still actually get new batteries for it. But the problem with the battery, with the BlackBerry, is the software. And surely that's a problem that can be fixed. But to make devices where you cannot replace the battery is immoral these days. And we should all say no loudly. Thank you.
Karen, thank you, Deirdre. Karen, still there? Yes.
Yes.
Karen.
So I wanted to chime into that and then pose a question to everybody to kind of shift the convo. But so part of what I do with Droid Island is smartphone education, and I've been working in telecoms for probably over 10 years and worked at Apple for quite a number of years as well. And recycling the devices has always been a big part of the telecommunications companies in Canada and also Apple as well, because every company only gives you 2 years of software support. So even though you can refurbish a device and bring it up to, make it look good again, change the casing, change the screen if it is a bit banged up. The problem now is that every company only wants to give you 2 years of support. So purchasing a device older than 2 years is already a risk unless you are technically sound and you can hack the device to make sure that everything works. Because once a new version of the software comes out, there are hundreds of apps every single year that don't get upgraded for it to be able to even work on the latest version of iOS or on the latest version of Android. So most people who are not technically savvy, again, it's always going to be a risk at this point to purchase a device over 2 years old, whether it has been sitting on the shelf for 3 years and it's still brand new. It is a risk to even purchase that device. So that's an issue where even if we can refurbish it, the software side of it makes it really hard to even go down the road of refurbish. But again, as you had mentioned, a lot of the times it's technically people that are advising and not necessarily educational people. So that's still going to be a bit of a challenge, kind of no matter how we shape it. The question I want to pose is, because we're speaking digital, what is some of the apprehension that any of you face with going online? What stops you from, either wanting to learn a digital skill, putting yourself out there to build a brand and start tapping into the global economy? What is some of the apprehension that you guys face from going digital?
Deirdre, is that a new hand or is that an old hand, Deirdre?
Sorry, it was an old hand that I forgot about.
Okay, thanks. All right, so Karen has responded to the issue with regards to refurbishment, I guess, of mobile devices and the challenges that we have with that. And we've also heard a series of responses on the challenges with repairability of devices, of today's devices, whether the tablets, even the new, I saw in the chat the mention of the new M1 Max and what's going to happen with those. And we know the Apple ecosystem quite generally is resistant, let's just use that word, to repairability. Whether they're using it to recycle is a different issue, to repairability or to refurbishment. So we had some responses there. And Karen has also posed a new question about what challenges us as a community, as a population, with getting online and not just surfing the web and using Facebook or WhatsApp, whatever we're using. And that's an issue I've been bringing up several times, that digital literacy is not equal to social media. But what stops us from really utilizing the tools at our disposal to actually get up to speed, learn, become more competent in the digital space. There are countless free free learning programs out there. There are countless inexpensive programs, and we don't have to pay thousands of dollars to get a certificate in a particular program from any number of platforms. And of course, there's, as someone I saw in the chat said, University of YouTube, where quite literally, if you are savvy enough, you can find full courses free of charge. I was pointing out to my son a few months ago that there's this teacher who is quite literally going through CSEC IT courses online, paper by paper, and solving problems. That you can find anything on YouTube, quite literally. So what is preventing us from, and I don't mean the us in this chat necessarily, but maybe the us, the collective us, the populations of our countries, and Trinidad and Tobago and the Caribbean and other countries who are online, from simply utilizing the tools that are available to us and moving beyond the very basic searching and finding out stuff, or gossiping, or sorry, I'm using the word gossiping. Getting involved in social media at a certain level and going beyond where we are. Any thoughts on that? Throwing it out to everyone. Dev, I think Dev is jumping in. Yes,
right. Yeah, okay. It's an interesting question, Karen and Tracy, for putting it in perspective. And I always like to preface this. If I were to ask you, I want you to tell me what you don't know. Do we really know what we don't know? So the question is, sometimes we need to, we need to look at it in a different way. And, Kevin is right. There's so much stuff out there that we could research and we could find and whatnot. But do we know what we need to search for? Do we know, is there something to guide us on how we bridge what we know with what we need to know? And I think, this is, while it may seem to be educated or to someone who knows how to get it done, we will always be in this little quagmire as to find out what exactly we need to know to get this specific task done. So, we need the Karens, and we need the Tracys, and we need the Pundit, and we need, Rotary, we need various organizations to sometimes just hold our hand. I mean, Melissa gave a very interesting presentation. Just hold our hand and walk us through the process, which is what she attempted to do and whatnot. And while I'm talking about that particular project, I posted on the chat an email address, but I'll also, while the thing was going on, I designed a little form. If anybody needs assistance, you don't have to go through all the trials and tribulations that Melissa had gone through in getting her school online, okay? Our Rotary Club is doing that free of charge. And I see there might be a possibility that we'll partner with TTIGF. There might be another session with this soon. But the point I want to make, getting back to Karen's question, do we really know what we don't know? Back to you, Tracy.
Thanks, Dev, and I'm going to hand over to Dev. Devanand.
Yeah, okay. Great question, Karen. I think, well, it's possibly two things, really. I would say that what stops it. There's a lot of information indeed on YouTube, about how to do things. The thing is that it's really custom, it's really geared for the audience, whoever has posted that YouTube video or whatever. So it works, so whatever the information applies, okay, works great if you're a US citizen. But what if you're but you're here in Trinidad and Tobago? Those options you see, like say for digital marketing, say, where you say, oh, you can do lots of things, but that really applies when you're in the US. But then that's where the confusion lies in terms of, well, how do I relate that to the local situation here? How can I do digital marketing that they say that I can do in the States to the local level here. The other thing is probably the simpler thing, which is probably getting easier, but it's still a hassle, is the ability to just send and receive money online. It's just been the frustrating thing of, well, what's the point of me putting out something if I can't receive any payment for it? For example, we used to have well, we still do. We have a free and open source software collection for Windows, and we had put the ISO up online when it was both a CD and a DVD and so on and so on. And people took it and sold it on eBay and so forth. And it was like, but literally at the time, there was no way I could monetize it. There was no way I could say, hey, please send me something, And so I think that's the problem. And yes, I know now that APA is coming up and other payment systems. But as I said in the chat, PayPal is still a challenge. Banks are in fact rejecting PayPal transactions outright. So every time you have to call and approve each transaction, it has to decline first, and then you got to call and talk to somebody, and then they say try in 10 minutes, and then you can put it through again. So, so that's my 2 cents.
I think. Karen, go ahead. Yes.
Yeah. What Dev just said, and I kind of want to touch on what Suzanne was asking in the chat before, was that one of the biggest challenges since I moved here for me to be able to build an online business was the lack of knowledge in the public space. So everything I learned about WePay, everything I learned about PayPal, which banks PayPal connects to, Deb, I actually don't have a problem receiving any money from PayPal, nothing declines or anything. But even to learn all of that and to be able to build online and do digital marketing and do anything here, I've had to learn about it offline. I've had to network on LinkedIn, network behind the scenes, and actually sit down with people and learn to be able to construct everything that I'm doing, which is what has fueled my own platform. So KarenRose.com, my Digipreneur Academy, Digital Age, the web series, everything is about educating online business, but specifically for the Caribbean perspective. And even in doing that, I've also learned that, what works in Trinidad doesn't work in Jamaica. Jamaica has different challenges due to their own infrastructure. I've had to kind of learn that too. Same thing, it works a little bit differently in St. Lucia. So even within the Caribbean, we're still siloed by country because the infrastructure is a bit different in every country. The biggest challenge really has been that lack of education. If more businesses, if more stakeholders, if more institutions started to put out information on how to use their services, how they work, how they connect, it makes it so much easier for somebody who is just coming into the country, where I didn't grow up here. Everybody I know I've met through business circles and coming onto forums like this. But it makes it easier for me to just jump on Google and say, how do I receive money from Japan and Trinidad, and then getting an article showcasing to me, exactly, what tools to use and how to go about doing it. But the lack of knowledge in the public space and the lack of willingness to share the information and put it out publicly, because people will share knowledge offline to certain people, but we don't have people typically willing to share knowledge in a public space online that you can Google and make it so that it is relevant to our specific market here in the Caribbean. That has to change in order for us to move forward. In order for, in order for people that do say, they wanna be able to start online, they can, and they actually have a bit of guidance as to where to get started.
Did anybody else want to contribute? I think Aj, you were trying to get in. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just making some notes so I don't forget my thoughts, but just to complement what Karen is saying, in my experience, there's a lack of knowledge and there's a lack of depth of knowledge. So if we take the example of what Dev T just mentioned about digital marketing. Now, there's a lot of people that claim that they can do digital marketing, and what tends to happen is that they will know one part of digital marketing pretty strong, but then they will, and the rest, they will just do the minimal they can, just to claim that they can provide you with the whole solution. And one of the problems you have is that these ecosystems, and let's just take the digital marketing ecosystem, is quite a vast ecosystem. And I'm just going to throw out some buzzwords just to give you an appreciation of what digital marketing can involve. You've got applications like ClickFunnels, HubSpot, ActiveCampaign, and there's about 12, 13 of these that are focused on digital marketing. You've got email marketing, you've got cold emails, you need to worry about bounces, spam filters, you need to look at what you're going to use for emailing. It could be MailChimp, SendGrid. You need to think about SEOs, keywords. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. And one of the issues that I found is that, one, because you can't get a single person that will know everything on digital marketing, also it's difficult to find, let's say, 5 or 6 different people that can provide you with a complete solution. So when people get to this and they look at this, they very quickly discover that there's a lot of information out there. A lot of these systems have evolved over time. They've got a lot of features, a lot of functionality, and it could take a long time for them to master and fully understand a lot of these tools. And because there aren't any other people that, let's say, specialize in different aspects of digital marketing, a client, when they come to you, they will say, look, I want digital marketing, and they will expect you to do everything. And it's difficult for one person to be able to master everything. Whereas when you look at, let's say, outside of the country, you'll find companies that are specialized in specific areas. So somebody will say, look, we will just do the emailing and emailing alone. Somebody will say, look, we will just create the artwork for the actual email. Somebody say, look, we'll do the tracking. We'll allow you to do that A/B testing. So there's a lot of depth, and the ecosystem needs to be developed. You can do certain things to act as catalysts, but there's a balance between time and just natural maturity of the ecosystem. So to answer the initial question from Karen, I think it's just that once people get into it, they could also be getting inundated with the amount of information and not knowing or finding it hard to decipher of what is relevant and what's not relevant.
Yeah, that's some sound some sound logic there, Ash. I think that you know, as a country and as a region, really do need to focus in. Karen actually raised an interesting point on that we like to niche, we'd like to generalize and not niche in our thinking, and that is something I've been seeing. I agree. It's been sort of happening without us realizing it. The word generalist becomes more useful than specialist. And that's a very odd kind of thing I'm starting to see happen. So you're basically a master of nothing. And what tends to happen in that scenario is that you may not be as valuable as you can be. Because if you have a specialty in one area, I'm looking at content coming out of Jamaica as an example. Of course, even Trinidadian content. And there's some really interesting cooking shows, quite literally. There's somebody called Debbie Down there, or something like that. The Jamaican Cooking Journey, I think it's called. Very down home, very rootsy cooking show on YouTube that, I mean, I don't want to cast any aspersion, just a regular person that you'll see in a home in Jamaica doing a show, speaking I saw somebody talk about accents and in the chat just now. That kind of content is really specialized content that is appealing to many people. The amount of views she generates, she seems to be doing well with her merch. She seems to be doing well with her views on YouTube, and maybe even getting to monetize what she's doing on YouTube and doing well enough. Those are the kind of things that we don't seem to want to do in the region. We want to get very general and very, broad and digital marketing and stuff like that. And I know we talked about it in the earlier session about, who do you go to for these things, at the end of the day. It's a good question. The local content question is very important. And again, that's when everybody's just touched on it. What do we do as a region, as a country, to focus ourselves on these areas that would be appealing and valuable, not just our local audience in terms of within our countries, but also outside of our countries, to the diaspora, which is a natural audience, but also to those who are seeking content that is not necessarily their content. You see in the real world, let's use the real world, a lot of Japanese and Asians coming to experience Transbio Carnival face to face, play pan. Maybe not even play mass, but certainly record and document the masquerade, the prayer of the bands, or the clips of competition and so on. And that kind of content seems to be doing very well in their country. But we don't seem to appreciate that ourselves outside of the carnival period and so on. So what do we need to do to really get ourselves in that headspace in terms of niching down and focusing on what we need to focus on? As Dev G said, we don't know what we don't know, right? So what do we need to do? Time has run out on us, unfortunately, so I'm kind of leaving that question open. There's a lot of great stuff in the chat. Please do take a look at it. And I'm going to leave the discussion open for final thoughts and comments for anyone who wants to jump in. Dev G, your hand is still up. I'm not sure if you want to say anything. And maybe if no one else is going to jump in, any of the other TTMAG members wants to leave any final words as we wrap up our open forum, or certainly anyone else who wants to jump in. But, I guess we want no more new topics, but certainly final comments. Anyone wants to jump in and say anything now?
Well, this is Dave. Just to say that I think these 2 days of sessions have been very fruitful, and so I think it's come out better than we expected. We always had this concern about whether a virtual event would work and well, not just work, but be effective, and I think it has. So that's.
I would just like to put someone on the spot. I see my brother in row 3 is here, Albert Daniels. So, and I think he just evaporated. Oh my, I was going to put him on the spot. All right, you go ahead and back, Tracy.
I'm here, Dev. I'm here.
Oh, very good, very good. I didn't see the lovely picture. Go ahead, Albert.
Well,
you don't have to do this, right?
I know where you're going, but go ahead.
You go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yeah, no, just from an ICANN perspective, to say congratulations to the TTMAG team, as well as your administrative and back office staff. I think the event, as a partner, we consider it was successful, good participation, good topics discussed. And we look forward, as many of the persons in the chat have said, to seeing how we can arrive at tangible solutions to some of the things that we've been talking about. Of course, we've seen a lot of ICANN stakeholders participate, and as usual, that is very good to see. We're happy about that, and hopefully we'll get some new ones. So congratulations.
Thanks, and I guess I think I would leave it now to our chair to do a final intervention wrap up. Ash, would you like to take the floor and give some final thoughts?
Okay, sure, yeah. So just to reiterate what Dev T said, it was our first online event. We've considered it in the past, and I think it's been successful. We had great participation in the chat rooms. Thank you everyone that attended and made it possible. I know there's been a lot of hard work that's gone in by the directors, and then not to get our event coordinator, Denise. So once again, thank you, Denise, for making us look good. Albert, it's always a pleasure to see you. Normally at the end of these events, we normally go for drinks somewhere in Trinidad, but we'll have to save that hopefully for next year if things are well. Yeah, just to reiterate to everyone that TTMAG is here, mag.tt, or email us, reach out to us. participate and help us to move this space forward. We're looking for people to replace us as we, get old in about 20, 30 years. So thank you for everyone for participating, and there'll be the videos, we'll do the wrap-ups, there'll be some reports, so they will be available on our websites. For those of you that we have an email address for, we will be sending you out emails and keeping you updated. And then during the course of the year, as other events take place and other conferences, we'll keep you in touch and invite you guys to join us again. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Tracy.
Thanks, everyone, and do have enjoy the rest of your day wherever you are. Devji Kanbule.
Most certainly. Just see the word, and I'll make a phone call.
Right. Thanks again for everyone, and thank you all for your participation, and thanks to Director TT Mag, and let's keep our spirits up, and let's hope we see each other virtually and certainly face to face in the very near future. I do hope that this is something that will happen very shortly. Bye all, and let's do the Zoom bye. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.